Hello, welcome to my stream. Tonight we'll be playing more of RollerCoaster Tycoon Deluxe, and hopefully we can beat two more levels tonight. I'm planning to beat the Jolly Jungle and the Hydro Hills. I do remember the Jolly Jungle level when I played this game as a kid. I remember thinking that level was hard, but let's see how hard it is. I have some images of it on my mind, but I'm not sure why I thought it was hard. Maybe because of the objective, and I think maybe related to the number of people. Maybe it is a huge amount of people that I need to have in my park. Or maybe it is because of the landscape, especially because it's a jungle, so it may have a lot of obstacles and trees and bushes and things in the middle of the landscape that will be hard for me to build a park on it. But hopefully it won't be that bad. Hopefully the struggle won't happen. And also hopefully we can beat those two levels. The Hydro Hills one, I don't remember it anymore, but I'm expecting it to be a water park because of its title. So hopefully it won't be that bad because some water parks in here can be a little bit challenging. But we will do our best. Hopefully we will survive those parks, and let's see how that goes. Let's start the first one, the Jolly Jungle. Yeah. Okay, so oh, it's also oh my goodness. Okay, so I just remembered why this level was hard to me when I was a kid. It's because of the number of people they want me to have in the park. It's 1,600. I think that's the highest number so far in the game. I can't remember other level that had that amount of people as a requirement for the level. But they are also giving me another year. So this is a 4 hours long park. And that can be a problem because I'm already starting my stream tonight an hour late than usual. And this park will take me one more hour, an extra an hour to finish it. Yeah, I'm not sure now if I will be able to beat two levels tonight because of those things, especially if the next level is hard and if it has something crazy like that as 4 hours for you to play it. But hopefully I can I can endure the entire stream and the entire playthrough of the game. Like I can handle both parks tonight, and I don't feel too tired on playing for that long. But let's see how that goes. So the park's closed, and like I was also saying, we have a lot of trees in here. That's not good because in order to remove them, we are going to spend money. Let me see. But yeah, maybe this will be a shorter stream because this park is going to take me a lot of time. We have some water rides. Hey Riker, how's it going, man? We are 2 hours apart now? I think we are 2 hours. Wait, we are 1 hour apart, but I started late. Yes, I started an hour late. I was doing my things before starting the stream. I decided to sunbath a little bit later than usual, and I was also watching a Brazilian playing Super Mario RPG. So I wanted to start the stream a little bit later. Yeah, we may be 1 hour apart if you are considering EST time. But this park is requiring me 4 hours of game. So that can be a problem if I want to beat two levels tonight. I'm not sure if I will be streaming for that long anymore. But at least I hope I can finish this park. At least this one. So let me change the research. I don't want ride improvements. I don't want scenery. Roller coasters, do I need them right now? Okay, I don't need them right now. This one is expensive. This one is alright, but not too good. This one, I believe, is... maybe it is not that expensive, actually. I thought it would be. But the wooden roller coaster is usually expensive. Let's skip roller coasters then. Hopefully we can get the steel roller coaster, which is my favorite. But how's it going, Riker? How's your weekend so far? Hopefully everything's alright with you. Yeah, this is not a very good landscape at all. But let's see what we can do. And there goes my money, all because of those trees. Do I have the information kiosk? I do have it, thank goodness. I guess I will start. First of all, open the park, right? Open the park. Second, let's build one information kiosk right there. I will kind of fix this landscaping, but this is going to give me some work in here. Okay, that looks alright. Then I'm going to connect this path to that one. Actually, let's do a small bridge, and there we go. Hey Xiang, how's it going, man? How's your Saturday? Pretty shitty so far. I wouldn't say my weekend has been shitty because I would be lying, but since Thursday I have been feeling a little bit down, so I'm not like extremely cheerful and happy and everything. I was feeling a little bit sad, especially on Thursday. I even couldn't sleep very well on Thursday, but maybe because yesterday I could put my sleep back to normal, I'm feeling alright today. I'm still feeling a little bit sad, but don't worry. It's like nothing crazy. It's just being thoughtful about things. That happens to everyone at times, and it sucked because it took my sleep away from me on Thursday. But I could still rest a little bit on Thursday, but then yesterday I could sleep very well, like much better. So I'm doing okay, I guess. You're doing fine, but you have a headache since Thursday. So you also had a horrible Thursday, right, Young? At least I didn't have a headache, and I do hope your headache can go away soon. But I had a little bit of insomnia. It is raining. It rained here too, but I don't remember when. Was it? Oh yeah, it was yesterday actually. It was yesterday. It was when I was returning home after having my haircut. Yeah, I got some rain, but honestly, I'm not one of those people that hate the rain. I only hate it when it's super strong and then I get power outages, and also when some disasters happen thanks to it. But I don't mind taking some rain when I'm outside or when I'm walking around the city and stuff like what happened yesterday. I actually enjoy it. I have some guilty pleasure of standing there on the rain for some bit when some people are running like crazy to avoid it because they may be made of sugar, right? But that's not my case. I do like some rain, especially when I'm feeling a little bit sad, like I was. It's refreshing somehow, not only physically but also emotionally speaking. But yes, I was feeling a little bit down before the rain. You only hate the rain when it affects, yeah, the power outages. Or it goes on for a while. Yeah, if you have a full week of rain, that sucks too. I agree with you. It's good to have some mixed weather, right? When you have some cloudy days, I actually love the cloudy days too. I think they are some of the best weather possible because it's not too cold, not too hot, and it's very comfy. Like a cloudy day is very comfy, in my opinion. But if it's only raining or if it's only sunny, then you get tired of it. You are going to start playing Grand Theft Auto 5 finally, you think? I would never play that game, although I do have a book about it. For some reason, I bought that book because it was cheap, so I decided to buy it by impulse. You bought it a while ago, but you didn't want to install it because it is. Are you kidding me? It's 90 gigabytes? I would never be able to play it. I struggle with my computer right now because it doesn't have a lot of free space. I always need to be recycling stuff. Just turn to snow. That's not going to happen here though. Snow is non-existent in my reality. I kind of wished it was because I would love to see how it is like. Hopefully someday I can go somewhere that snows, but I can only imagine and dream and watch movies that show snow because honestly I have no idea how cold it is or how exciting it is or how bad it is too, because I also heard that there are some good snows and bad snows. Like there are some bad snows that kind of make the floor messy and muddy and stuff, so that's not good. But I have the positive thinking of that. Wait, I have the positive thinking that it could be fun sometimes, at least sometimes, from the things I have seen on movies. Those people dreaming and enjoying a snow day like crazy. I even remember watching a movie that was, oh, how was it called in English? I won't remember the name of the movie in English, but it was about a girl that used to love snow days. And that's basically the topic of the movie. Like, it's that girl enjoying the first snow day of the year or something. And I remember watching that movie, and I still remember how the girl was crazy hyped for the snow day. You need to buy a storage drive, me too. You only have a RAID 0 SSD setup right now. And of course, it's not good to use an SSD as your main drive. You're being cheap, but it's going to cost me in the long run. I see. Yeah, it's an easy solution, a quick solution, but it's not the best option for you. But you can always sell those things if you're not using them anymore, right? You don't need to keep with that forever or keep that with you forever. So I have built that in there, and I will see if I... Okay, I guess I will do one thing that I never do in here, which is having a longer, not longer, actually larger, having a larger path, because I never do this when I'm playing this game, but I will do it for this part at least. Like that. My guests always complain about it's too crowded here, and it's mostly because I don't have avenues like that one, some larger paths. But I will have that right now because I want to have a food plaza in here. And maybe I should start playing the game like that, at least in some moments or for some parts of it. Not like building my park fully on this, but I thought it would be nice for this entrance. And then I have the bathroom. The bathroom, I guess I'm going to leave it there, or maybe there, on the other side. Okay, I like how this looks. Then I'm adding some more benches. A litter bin right there. Okay, should I change the... You know what? I may need to change this path later. You see how bad this landscape is? Not only it's full of trees, but it's like a slope. And then there is a river. Also, how big is this place? Like, what? Oh my goodness, it's huge. I also think that I forgot to read the description of this park. Deep in the jungle lies a large area of land ready to be turned into a theme park. I'm pretty sure the people that protect nature are not happy about this park for sure. And hi Subaru, how's it going, man? How's your Saturday? So SSDs are amazing, but they have a limited storage space and more importantly, a limited number of times you can write to them. Wait, I didn't know that. You can install your operating system plus games on the SSD so they load much faster. Plus, I doubt anyone buys used SSDs because of that. I see, I didn't know that. Because it has a lifespan thing. Those SSDs are like $200 plus for 500 gigabytes. A 2 terabyte storage drive is like, wait, what? It's such a huge difference. And hey Joe Dancing, how's it going? How's your Saturday? Sabaru, I'm doing fine, man. I'm doing alright. I was feeling a little bit down this week, especially on Thursday that I also got some insomnia. But I'm doing better now. I'm feeling better. It's just, I don't know, nothing big's happening in my life, so everything's normal. And I was feeling a little bit down on Thursday, but besides that, I'm good. Hopefully you are feeling better than me, I guess. Also, Subaru, is it common for people from São Paulo to use the word chill a lot? Because I was watching some Brazilians earlier today, and they were from São Paulo, and I noticed that in their accent they were saying chill a lot. And by the way, chill is the Portuguese word for uncle. So in the end of every sentence, they were calling the other people, like their friends and other people around, as chill. I mean, I also say chill in here, but usually when I'm referring to my friend's father, for example, or an old person that I don't know his name, or I don't know, it's a normal way for you to refer to an older person than you. And I realized that the streamer was calling his friends like the same age as he is, as chios or as uncles. So I was feeling a little bit, what? Maybe it is popular in São Paulo. Maybe it is one of those words that is huge in there, and I was not aware of it. So Joe Dancing Saturday is good. You were working a double today, oh Joe Dancing. Because of your insomnia, you also had insomnia, Joe Dancing. I'm so sorry to hear that, Joe Dancing. Hopefully it stops now. It only lasts to me for a day, but I still could sleep. I just had a shitty sleep. You have had a down week too. Yes, Ziyoung was also saying that he had a headache since Thursday. I'm wondering what's going on. That everyone is having problems this week, especially on Thursday. Thursday was my bad day, but I'm feeling better today. Thank goodness, especially because I could sleep well yesterday, and I was feeling pretty tired. What do you do? Do you mean Joe Dancing? Joe Dancing has been working on movies probably. Yeah, Joe Dancing works on movie editing and stuff. No, Cerbero. Yes, I was saying chill sounds like chill in English, right? I never realized that. Is that like the Brazilian version of bro? It could be. For example, those people they were using that word for that, and it sounds like chill. I never realized that, but maybe not exactly because if you use the English word, it's chill. In Portuguese, it sounds like that, but not really. It's chill. Yeah, it's chill. I think the sound is stronger, while chill is more open. It's more open sounding in my opinion. And then chill in Portuguese, it's just chill. It closes and ends fast. While chill in English, it's like it's. I don't know how to describe, but it sounds different. Working a double sounds like waitressing or something. Oh, really? Does it mean like when a person needs to do a lot of extra hours because the place where the person works is super busy? Is that what do you mean by working a double for a waitress, for example? Yes, bro, that's how I use the word chill too. It's when you are younger than the other person, and then, for example, you have your friend's father, but you don't want to call your friend's father by his name, and then you say chill or chia if it is a woman. So yeah, but I was impressed that that person from São Paulo was using chill for every one of his friends. Like everybody was chill. But anyways, it is a double shift. Yeah, I have heard of double shift. Jodansin is working double at an office where she gets paid hourly to video edit. It's not a traditional freelance gig. Wait, hopefully I pronounced it right this time. Gig, right? Which is normally how the video editing goes. I'm working a double by choice because Jodansin needs more money. Hopefully, Jodansin, you can get a better sleep at least. You have been working a lot, so you deserve some great sleep. I know how it started. Is the problem I started playing Generation Zero, which is a survival game with robots in Switzerland. That's such a specific uh, atmosphere or plot for the game, like robots in Switzerland. And I enter a naval base, and it was just that it had loud noises like radio and machines for making bombs and ammo going all at once, and it was driving you nuts, Zion. And that's how you got the headache, and it's still happening. You gotta try to relax, I guess. But I don't know, are you still playing the game? Maybe you should stop playing it or do something about its volume. Can't you go to the options and then remove the special sounds of it? Like the sound effects? Maybe not the music itself, but the sound effects. Yes, Joe Dancing, you are going to get some great sleep. Joe Dancing, at least the one of the few works I have watched from Joe Dancing, because she sent me one of them, was a documentary movie. But then she also works with some um, festivals. There was one festival that she was also telling me about some weeks ago. And she was working a lot for that festival. And thank goodness it was a huge success. Are you making Hot Drinks 2.0? Hello, Mitska. How's it going? Do you speak Spanish? I speak Portuguese, but I understand you. Que tal? How's it going? Welcome. Hopefully I pronounced your username right because I'm not sure it's a different one. Mitska. That's how I would say it at least. Subaru says there is a teacher. Oh yeah, that's true. You can also say, or you can also call your teacher as Chio. Yeah, I forgot about that. But that's like kids, right? Kids probably would call their teachers as Chios. But then you can't hear other things around you. I see, Young. Yeah, you can't probably just remove the unique sound effect that's bothering you, right? You would need to remove all of them, so that sucks a lot. You are downloading GTA 5. It is designed to be hard to pronounce, but I believe I got it at least. Mitska. It sounds nice. It sounds nice. So what else can I do in here? I'm just chatting so far. I should be doing more things, right? This park may not be like the previous one that the guests all of them loved only gentle rides. In here we may be able to do some roller coasters, I think. And I also want to do, you know what, the boat hire, because we do have a river. It's a very short river, but I guess we can try doing one right there. I think it's going to work, even if it is a small one. But I'll need to do some landscaping for sure. I just hope that we won't need to do the crazy tunnels and underground paths like the previous park. But as this landscape is horrible, maybe we'll need to do it in here as well. And that's not fun. Yeah. For example, for this, the easiest way, or maybe the cheapest way for me to build an entrance and an exit in here is probably by using the underground path. Yes, I guess I will do it. Because otherwise I will need to change the landscape so much. Okay, so how am I going to do this? I guess I'll need to connect it to this path somehow? What was that video? I can't watch it right now. Subaru is asking, isn't there a tunnel below the water with some view? I could build I can build underground paths below the water, but I kind of don't need to do it right now, Subaru. Having a bridge. Oh, do you mean starting it from here? Maybe. Maybe you're right. Maybe I could start the path or the tunnel from here, right? I was thinking that I would need to start it from there. Because I kind of wanted the tunnel to get below this mountain here. But it could be shorter for sure. I could do it from here. Sure, let me give it a shot. Let me build one sign. Then let's see if I can do it. Okay, so now I need to see the heights, right? Height marks on land. We need to go down one more, I think. Oh, wait, did I do it? I'm not sure. Footpath in the way? I'm not sure if I was able to do it. Wait, you guys are talking about Wendy's? I really wish there were Wendy's in Brazil, right? Especially because everyone says it tastes great. Yes, Sabro, but I think the tunnel in here wouldn't show you the water. Maybe in a later game, but not in this one. I agree, Mitska. These games, they still feel as great as they were in my childhood. I still think it's so charming looking and so fun for you to play and buy the, the, the rides and the attractions and then build your own park. I still think it is very charming. Sometimes the simple things are the best things, I think. And this game is an example. Although I also have played the sequels, at least until RollerCoaster Tycoon 3. Tycoon 3 has better graphics and 3D graphics, and I thought it was a fun game, but not perfect. Especially because of the AI of that game. I don't think it is a very good AI. The guests are kind of dumb. But this one is still my favorite. Yeah, the first one is still my favorite. I still need to play the second expansion pack, which I'm going to do hopefully someday. I have never played those levels. This version of the game has it because this is the deluxe version, but I'm still beating the first expansion pack's levels. And yeah, I hope to get to that second one hopefully soon. And I also played RollerCoaster Tycoon 2, which has the same graphics as the first one, but it's so damn hard. My dream is to beat one of the objectives of that second game. It's so damn hard. They dropped a new mixtape. Maybe you guys are talking about some band or musician. Wait, they have top-notch video production value and they drop mixtapes? Wendy's, like the restaurant, the fast food? Because that's the Wendy's I have heard before. Also, can you guys see if the paths connect? I'm not sure. It's so hard to see it. Remove baseland. It's all black. I can't see it. It's all freaking dark in there. Okay, maybe... Should I change the path? It's going to look horrible. I will give it a shot. Let me try building the entrance. So I think I can connect the entrance to the exit right there. I can't? Wait, maybe like this? Okay, it is connected, right? But can people get there? Let me see. Kanos, then let's try $1.40. And then I'm going to get rid of the sign. Hopefully they can get to it. I hope I was able to build it. How am I enjoying this game? Joe Dancing, this is my favorite PC game when I was a kid, so I'm loving it. I'm happy to be playing it again, although we still have a lot more to play. We are not even in the half of it. And Mitsuka, thank you so much for the follow. But I won't be playing until the end of it in this time, right? I will play some good amount. My the max amount I may be playing it is until I finish this first expansion pack levels, and then I will take a break. I will go back to the other games that I need to play, and then in the future I will return to it again to start the second expansion pack. So I'll be playing this game in sections. I won't be playing it like non-stop until I finish everything. It has a lot. It has a lot for me to play. So are the guests getting there? Please tell me they are. I think they are. No, they are not. Look at that. Damn. Damn. Oh my god, that was okay. This is going to be bad for me to fix. I was so hopeful that I could build it right. I couldn't. Oh boy. Okay, let's try this again. You see why I was complaining about the underground paths? It's kind of challenging for you to build them. This map looks interesting. I remember this freaking map. I remember playing this when I was younger, and I remember thinking it was a hard one. And now I'm like, yes, I was right, it is hard. But I'm hoping it won't be crazy hard once I have some things built in here. Okay, let's... Oh... Oh, okay, it's because I start with a slope, right? Okay, so maybe if I can't? No, 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 okay, okay, wait. I did something wrong in here. Okay, now I need to connect that. It's so hard to see it. Remove baseland. It doesn't help because it's all black. Citrus scenery. Okay. Then there is a footpath. But I gotta go up, right? Like this. Wait. And then there is a footpath. Probably it is this one. So, could I connect it? Maybe? And then I would need to have a different path for the entrance. I can't believe I'm struggling this much with this. Yeah, I know. Let me close it while I'm dealing with this. I could build over the existing path to the end where I finished and then destroy it. I was kind of trying to do something like that, but it's still hard for me to see the path. I'm kind of... You know what? I'm going to change this path because I can't see it. Let's have a special looking path for the boat hire because it's so damn hard for me to see it. I'm hoping that this will make things easier. I think it is connected to the exit now, right? Especially because if I start from there... Okay, I think it's right now. So I can get the entrance there. Okay, I believe I did it, but I needed to change the path because I couldn't see anything with the black path. So hopefully it is working now. And also, by the way, let's hire some staff. Wait. Yeah, I think I pronounced it right. I remember struggling with that word some weeks ago, but I think I said it right. Let's have a security guard. Let's have an entertainer. Actually, I will hire another handyman. Man, this took me 6 months in the game to have it, or maybe less than that, maybe only 3 because this game starts on March. Oh yes, we did it. They are finally using the boat hire. If I have ever played Factorial, no, but my friend Draco plays it a lot. And I have watched some of his Factorial streams. It's basically this game. It's more complicated than this for sure. It looks very complex. At least I don't think I would understand that game very easily. It looks very complicated. This one is not too complicated. At least I don't think it is. But maybe because I have played this for many years? So now that we finally have a boat hire, we need to find space for the rest, for the other attractions. That's some good area for some gentle rides. It's a little bit plain, so I guess I will use it for that. No one understands it at first, yeah. I can totally understand that. Learning it is the fun. Makes sense. Makes sense. So you played it, Riker? Have you played it? Also, people were hyped for another game that I'm not sure if it is like a sequel to Factorio or something, but it was Sex Factory, right? I believe the game was called Sex Factory, which which is a great name for a game. It's a very smart name. But I haven't watched people playing it. I only know people were hyped for it. I believe Nubba was talking to me about Factorio in one of the streams, and he also thought the game was very complicated. I believe his uncle was playing it. Uncle or father, but I believe it was his uncle. I know that's very far away, but I do really want to use this whole area to have those rides. So let me see. Something like this, right? Okay, that looks perfect. Then we can have the haunted house. Maybe. Oh, wait a second. No, no, no. It's a. Is it all right? Oh no, wait. Maybe I screwed this up. Okay, it's not going to be as perfect as what I was thinking, but I would change it. I would change it. Yeah, I would change this. No, no, no. I want the scrambled eggs. Then entrance, exit. Okay, get rid of this path because it's right there. The Virginia Reel? It's a roller coaster, isn't it? Yes, it is. This is a small one and it's also cheap. So it could be a good one for this park, since the landscape is bad. Yeah, Satisfactory. It is. Oh, it's not by the same people? I thought it was. It is a 3D first person. First person. Damn, a first person Factorio? And you really like Factorio? It's funny because we talked about it before, but I kinda don't remember having this conversation with you. And hi Meowser, how's it going? How's your Saturday? it wasn't complicated. Wait, if it wasn't complicated, it wouldn't be fun. I think it is about perfect. At first, it's not too hard to get the simple production going, but expanding your base to add more complex crafting is like solving a really interesting puzzle, and no two solutions will be the same. That's true, people will have different strategies to work with the game, right? And I just realized something. Maybe you were right about the complexity of it being very fun for you to understand and to solve, especially because it's something that many games today they don't do it anymore, right? They don't do it anymore. Like old games, for example. Old games usually they throw you in the universe and then come on, figure that up. Wait, figure that out by yourself. Use all your skills, knowledge, and techniques to solve the problems, the puzzle, to beat the game, and to progress. And that's pretty much it. So maybe it is that kind of fun that we usually find in old games that don't have those crazy tutorials of telling you every single thing you can do in the game and stuff. But I'm still expecting Factorio to have some of those tutorials, but maybe they are not giving you every little thing you could be doing in the game. And hey Yoda, how's it going, man? You're recovering from a party you had last night. Interesting. So you were you were on fire yesterday, weren't you? I'm doing fine, man. I'm recovering not from a party, unfortunately. I'm recovering from, I don't know, some down feelings I had this week and some insomnia I had on Thursday, but I'm feeling much better today, so don't worry. I'm just doing fine, but I'm not as sad as I was on Thursday with the insomnia and everything. But it like some special party or something? Did it have a theme, or were you just hanging out with your friends? Yoda reminds me of a PS2 JRPG where you need to build your own factory to get new equipment or new items, and it gets complicated later on. A PS2 JRPG? I don't think I have heard of that. And Belias, hello, how's it going, man? That sounds like Rogue Galaxy. I have heard of that game, but I don't know what it is about. Oh, it was Whole Galaxy? I'm doing fine, Badius. Like I was saying, I was not very happy this week. I felt a little bit down. But it happened more on Thursday. I also got some insomnia on Thursday, but now I'm feeling better because I could sleep yesterday. And yeah, things are alright. Let's see if I put it together. Uh, oh, the Portuguese? Yes, olá, como vai? Do you want me to respond to you in Portuguese? You can do the special way. Oh yeah, it's the accent mark. Oh wait, if I want to go to the chat, Belias, give me a second. Let me finish building those things and then I will go to the chat because when I'm playing this, my cursor is kind of blocked on the game and it gives me some work for me to go type something on the chat. So let me finish building those rides because then I will be able to chat a little bit. Also, I will increase the admission price because we do need more money. And the spiral slide. I don't know, I guess I will build it there, but I could save it for another place actually. No, 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 I changed my mind. I'm going to build it in another place because it is such a small ride, so it fits basically everywhere. For example, I could have it right there. Like this. We'll need to build a roller coaster pretty soon because we are kind of spending a lot of money into those gentle rides, but there isn't anything that will give me a lot of money here. And I also think the same that I just did with the spiral slide would work for the swinging ship. It's a small ride that I could build it in another place. Hey Squall, how's it going, man? How's your weekend going? Wait, you try to learn a new language or more? Tired of just knowing one language? You only know English? So, here's the thing though. I would love if you guys try to learn Portuguese, of course, but speaking, uh, honestly speaking, Spanish would be more important for you all, I would say, because you live closer to Spanish countries and Spanish is more spoken than Portuguese because there are so many countries that use Spanish. So even if I would love to see you guys learning Portuguese, I think Spanish is a better option for you all. Or maybe something else like French, German. I don't think Portuguese is that useful. Unless maybe if you have learned Spanish, which I think is close to Portuguese because I can understand Spanish even if I have never studied it. I can't speak Spanish myself because that would require practice, that would require the lessons and people helping you with the accent and stuff. But I can understand the Spanish words, at least many of them. Of course, there are some that I don't know, but I can understand some basics of Spanish even if I never studied that. But maybe if you guys study Spanish first and then try to learn Portuguese, it could be a way. Although I think Portuguese is harder than Spanish. I don't think they have the same difficulty. I would say Portuguese feels harder than Spanish. But maybe I'm wrong. I never tried to learn Spanish anyways. Sabri is saying that his internet is kind of bad because he's losing connection. Man, I hope it gets normal. Did you see they released Final Fantasy VII for Switch and Xbox? I know they were releasing some old Final Fantasies. I also think they have released Final Fantasy X, right? And 9 was the first one they released. Yeah, 9 was the first one, then they may be releasing 10 and 7 now. Which is awesome. Skull has been playing Final Fantasy VII. I I missed some things in Final Fantasy VII, especially regarding the huge materials. Yeah, the huge materials puzzle was the thing that I couldn't solve by myself because I missed one. There was a safe puzzle in the middle of the game that has like a timer and then you need to figure out the code of it. I missed that puzzle. I couldn't solve the puzzle in time and then the rocket will explode or something and then I could never go back to it. You've got more letters? Wait, more letters of what? Yes, Subaru, don't give up, man. Is it raining in São Paulo? Chinese probably the most important language right now. Chinese is also very important, especially because it is a country that has been um, growing economic. They have been growing economically speaking, and there are so many people in there, right? Oh, 10 is not out yet? Maybe the more letters Mitska is saying refers to Portuguese and Spanish. I'm not sure. In Portuguese, yeah, okay. We have more sounds. Yeah, we do have more some sounds and syllables that you guys probably don't know how to say them. We do have okay. Now I should go to the chat. Let me finish this swinging ship and then I will change to the chat. The thing that I love about Portuguese is that it's a very everyone says that basically it's a very musically language or musical language, right? It's a very musical language. Some people even say that when they are hearing some people speaking in Portuguese they think the person is singing because yes, it is a very musical language. That's why I have such a strong accent, I would say, because It's thanks to Portuguese. I give some intonation to the sentences when some people would not add that intonation to their sentences normally. So I think it is part of my accent. I think that in English, the sentences they have the same tone, or for most cases they have the same tone, but in Portuguese it goes like this. So it is a very musical language. I don't know where to build this, guys. It's such a irregular terrain. Okay, maybe on the other side. What about this? Let's build it there. I kinda like the place where I built it. Okay, so I know I don't have roller coaster so far, and that can be a problem for the profit of this park. But let's have a better admission price. Hopefully those rides will give me some money too. And after adding some litter bins, I'm going to chat a little bit. Okay, let me change to the chat. Okay, I'm back to the chat. So we do have some new sounds and letters in Portuguese. I mean, not really letters, but accent marks at least. You guys will see those things in here that you probably don't have. So yeah, timed puzzles are my mortal enemy. They can be a big problem for sure. I get panic. I panic, right? I panic when I see a timed puzzle. You get an optional party member, Squall? Really? I thought I lost a summon. I didn't know about an optional party member. That's crazy. Final Fantasy VIII got skipped. Yes, Yoda. Probably because they lost the coding of it, right? I believe that's the story behind it. Some people said that Square lost the coding of Final Fantasy VIII, so that's why we don't have any ports for the Switch. I'm not sure. Wait, we do have the port for the Steam though, but I still think they lost the coding from what I have heard. Oh, we had the hat style. I do want to build that. Oh wait, Squall, you're talking about Vincent? No, I got Vincent. No, I got Vincent. No. Okay, yeah, there is the puzzle in the mansion. That's the one Squall was talking about. I remember it. That one I was able to solve. I'm talking about maybe it was not a safe, but it was a different code in a rocket with Sid. After launching a rocket, in order to get one of the huge materials, you need to enter a code. Maybe to stop the rocket or something, I don't remember. But that's the one I missed. I couldn't get the code right when I was in the rocket to get a huge materia. And then in the end, I believe I was able to get 3 huge materials, but I was missing one. And that's what blocked me from completing the side quest. But I was able to get Vincent, yeah. I also got Odin, yeah. And the one I missed was for the huge material, but maybe there wasn't a safe in the rocket. I just remember a rocket, Sid, because Sid was part of the puzzle somehow, and the timer. And I messed it up, and I failed. Let me build the headstall. I guess I will build it just by the entrance actually. I was able to get the Knights of the Round, yes. After finally breeding the gold chocobo, I was able to get it. And Paisley, hello, thank you so much for the host. How are you doing? How's your Saturday? Breeding the gold chocobo was very hard. Very hard. Especially because the game doesn't help you a lot regarding that. But thank goodness with patience and with some luck, and also of course with some help from the chat, I could do it. I missed out the zero Bahamut. Yes, I knew I missed one of the summons. And maybe it was one of the Bahamuts. But I was able to beat Ruby, I was able to beat Emerald, I got Knights of the Round, I got the Gold Chocobo. I did a very good job in that game, I think. But there were some things that I couldn't get. For example, the huge materia and zero Bahamut. I also couldn't solve one of those three puzzles from a person that lives in a city that I forgot the name of the city now, but a person that has like three lost items, the desert rose, and then there was the oh yeah, there were two other items. One of them I totally couldn't solve it by myself. I needed some chat's help, or I need help from others to solve that puzzle, and it was because it was related to using one of the skills or one of the materials. Actually, it was related to be using the morph, I think. I believe it was morph, but I'm not sure. And I never the guidebook. Okay, the guidebook. You had to use morph, I think, and I never used that. So basically, only after people told me to start using it that I could get to the enemy that I had to use morph on him and then solve one of those puzzles and get that item. So that was a puzzle that I can't say I solved myself. I got to the result, but I couldn't do it without any help. You're okay, you are more stressed than anything, but okay. Try to relax, Paisley. Whatever is making you feel stressed, give it a break. Like if it is like a person or something, take our time, leave the person behind for some time, chill down, and then you try to solve the issue or to talk to the person. I don't know, but give those things a break so you can recover and you can feel calm again, and then you return to whatever was stressing you out. No, Squall, no, is that the final limit break? I couldn't. Yeah, that's another thing I missed. Yeah, Arif didn't get her final limit break. Riker, that's not too slow, I think. 15% for a 90 gigabytes game, it's not too slow. Yeah, I couldn't get it. I was not sure when she would leave my party. I knew it was going to happen because I was spoiled before playing the game, but I didn't know when it would happen, so I haven't trained her until she was able to get it. It's 4.5 megabytes per second, so maybe it is a little bit slow, but not too much. So what else can I do in here? I'm missing a roller coaster. Can I build this one because I think it is short? Maybe this one. Oh yeah, sure beats when we were teenagers and the downloading music was at 4K bytes per second. Your internet can download 90 gigabytes in an hour and a half. Honestly, I, I don't remember ever trying to download such a huge file, but I don't I don't mind if my computer would be able to make that download in an hour and a half. I still think it is a good amount of time for me to have that downloaded. It's such a huge file. You pay for a premium internet package there. I I actually was impressed that my service, my internet service is like the first one. I think my internet's very good overall speaking, and it is only the first option. So I really like my internet service. It only sucks when I have power outages in here and then I lose my connection because of that, and it happens a lot. But my service itself, if you don't consider the power outages, I think it is awesome. I mean, maybe it is not awesome like yours, but I really like it. I can't complain about it. Yeah, you guys totally have a better internet than mine, but I do like my internet. Subarus is saying that he would go to sleep while the PC would be downloading the file. I would probably be doing something else too, like watching a movie. It's the time for a movie, right? Or maybe Subaru is saying that because it would be slower than an hour and a half. So like it's better to sleep and then wake up in the next day when you have the full thing downloaded. But I would do other things for sure. It's just a good router, plus he's wired. But that whole thing is like in your new place, right? You were able to set that internet pretty fast then. Guys, we need to get rid of some more trees in here. Isn't there a way for me to remove many trees at once? Like, no, I can't. Never mind, I thought that by expanding the land too, I would be able to remove many trees at once. Wait, I messed it up. By the way, I was thinking about some possible games that I would be playing soon, and I came up with two other games that I do want to play in the near future, but after Tales of Symphonia, because we do have the games that I'll be playing before Tales of Symphonia. I'm not adding any other game to the list, but after it and before Final Fantasy IX, I will also take another break. I could return to RollerCoaster Tycoon maybe, but I came up with some other games too. And two games that I do want to play not as soon as possible, but hopefully soon, are Goof Troop, because I still need to beat that game, and I think that if you know Goof Troop, if you have played that in your childhood, or if you played that in your SNS, you know that's a very good game. And I don't think it is a long game, but I still need to beat it myself, so I don't know how long it is. And that's one game that I do want to play and beat, because I saw Draco playing it a little bit after so many years, and I realized that I need to finish this game, I need to beat this game. So Goof Troop is a game that's coming up after Tales of Symphonia in the next break. And the other one is a puzzle platform, I think. A puzzle platform game for the Nintendo 64. And it's called Space Station. Wait. Uh, Silicon Space Station, I think. It's something like that. Silicon Valley. I'm remembering the name right now. Space Station Silicon Valley. There we go. It is a Space Station Silicon Valley. I also want to play that game. I remember playing a little bit of it many years ago, but I also could never finish it. And it was a puzzle game and with some platform, but mostly a puzzle game. So I do hope that I can play those games until I can finish them after Tales of Symphonia. And of course, if you guys give me more games to play or more ideas, I can consider them. Like I tried to play Edith Finch, but it hasn't worked on my computer though. Yes, it's called Final Fantasy IX is going to happen, but give me some more months. Maybe by the half of the year I can be playing it. You replaced an old router a few years ago and your speed went up 800 megabytes per second. But do you guys really use that amount of internet or that amount of data? Because my mother, for example, she always tells me how she wants to get a better internet plan and change things there in my hometown. But I always ask her, but will you be using that amount of internet? Will you be downloading things and watching movies and I don't know, doing your things, but do you really use your internet that much? And I don't think she does. All she does is using the Wi-Fi, sometimes watching Netflix and checking emails and stuff. She doesn't need that amount of internet or data for her internet. I actually think that now she has a better internet than mine, but she doesn't use it. So I was trying to build this one, right? We can build it right there. Okay, there we go. So we finally have a roller coaster in here. Oh wait, that's that's a horrible place for the entrance because of the swinging ship. But but I still think I can manage this. I could, for example, connect the entrance there, okay, and then go around the swinging ship. Can I? I could. Okay, this looks good. Just in case, because I don't want my roller coaster to crash, I will increase the minimum waiting time. And so far, this is what needs to give me money, so $3. So the first year is almost finishing. I I lost a lot of my time trying to figure what to do with the entrance and the exit of the boat hire, but at the same time we didn't have a lot to do, right? We can't do many rides in here so far, so I guess even with the late start we did alright. So hopefully in this second year I can start paying the loan, and then in the third year I make my park more um, stronger, maybe with more rides and better rides, like more coasters and things, because I also need to give it some time for my research to provide me those new rides and the good ones. And then in the last year, we focus on getting guests to the park because that's the objective. So this year, I'm going to pay the low one and try to increase the money, right? Try to raise some money. Because then I spend that money in the third year, and then in the last year we can get people to the park. You have never played this as well? That could make sense because I think you are young. I'm not sure how old you are, but I think you are younger than me at least. And this is a very old game. As you can see, it is from the 2000s. So I can understand some younger people losing this game or missing this game, right? You are 26. You are not as young as I was thinking though. So maybe you could have played this, but you haven't. The staff wages, wait, 207 for the month? Oh yeah, they are getting only $209 dollars right now. If you want to see their payment, it's right there. It's a very shitty one. But I can't change it in this game. I can only change that in RollerCoaster Tycoon 3. You do have more control over that. Yeah, it is like Unreal. This is not real. I'm 31 and I was pretty young when you got this game. Yeah, man, I don't remember how young I was or how old I was, but oh my god, I would need to do some math right now. I would say when I was 11, maybe? Wait, I'm not sure, I'm just guessing actually. There were like 10 PC games back then. Myst and this were two of them. And The Sims, but The Sims came after, right? After some time. Maybe it's SimCity 3000. Yeah, SimCity 3000 came first. And then there were those free PC games that were horrible, but they were in the pack. Once you buy a new PC, you receive those games. Like Virtua Fighter. Have you guys ever played Virtua Fighter? I remember having that game, but it was not for me. I didn't like it. But I remember having the CD-ROM of it. There was a very old PC game that I believe it was called... Oh my god, how's it called? Twinsies Odyssey. Have you guys ever heard of Twinsies Odyssey? I forgot the name of that game for many years. And then like maybe 6 to 7 years ago, I found that name again, I read that name again, and then oh my god, I played this when I was a kid. You remember Virtua Fighter? I do remember that too. Squall was busy playing Diablo 2 in 2000. I never played Diablo, but it's not because it's a bad game, it's because it's not for my taste. It was in arcades, maybe it was also in arcades. You were never really good into fighting games though? Me neither. But I used to love Mortal Kombat and Smash Brothers today. Smash Brothers is my favorite fighting game today. I would say those two are my favorite fighting games. Diablo 2 is so amazing. Diablo is a great game because even today people play it, right? We are still getting some Diablo content. It's not a dead franchise, even if it is that old. But it's just not my game. You can't wait for Mortal Kombat 11. I have seen some things about the game. I also saw that Shang Tsung is going to be a DLC, so it's nice to see him again in the game because he's such a classic character. but I don't know if I will ever be able to play it. My computer won't be able uh, to, to run that game for sure, right? You regret never playing Diablo 2. The box art didn't appeal to a, to kid you. Oh, okay. Didn't appeal to kid you. It looked too edgy. Isn't it the fire demon and then it's only that? I just remembered some other PC games that I remember playing or checking as a kid. Warcraft 2. Did you guys play Warcraft 2? I played Warcraft 2. It was one of the few strategy games I have played. And I kind of would like to play it again someday just to try to beat it because it gets so hard. Wait, he's your favorite character? Shang Tsung? Really? My favorite character is Sector, the red robot. I used to love playing as Sector because I love to spam his homing missiles. And I'm that guy. I'm that guy that will pick the character that has the annoying long range attacks and will be spamming them. So Sector used to be my favorite. There was StarCraft 2, but I don't remember playing it. I do remember a friend that actually it was the same friend that introduced me to RollerCoaster Tycoon. I remember him playing StarCraft. I do remember watching him playing StarCraft. Oh, really, Riker? You were that addicted to EverQuest? Oh, Noob Sabot is your favorite? Yeah, he's one of those ninjas, right? Or he also had a skin like Sector, but he was a shadow skin, like he was smoky and all dark, while Sector is the red robot. I never really understood those robots versions of the characters. It's kind of weird now that I'm thinking about it. There were Noob Saibot, there were, or maybe I should say, there were Noob Saibot, Sector. What's the other one? The yellow one that was also very annoying with his spider web. How was he called? He also had a grenade. It's been so long. It's been so long. Cyrex. Yes, he was called Cyrex. You were addicted. You played EverQuest for like 8 hours this morning. Oh, you were addicted with the quotation marks. I see. Wait, Noob Sabbath was the original Sub-Zero? I had no idea about that. I need to learn more about Mortal Kombat lore. I don't know too much, especially because there are so many Mortal Kombat games that I totally missed. But I had Mortal Kombat 3 as a kid. I used to play it in my Sega Genesis. But today, unfortunately, I don't have the Genesis or the Super Nintendo anymore. And my GBA, I don't have those consoles anymore. My Super Nintendo and Genesis were donated. My mother saw that I stopped playing video games for some time, then we donated those consoles. I kind of miss them, but it's okay, at least they are with some other people, some other kids. And then my GBA broke. Yeah, my GBA got a problem. I believe I'm I left it in a bad place in my house, and then some other objects made some pressure on its screen, and then it broke the LCD crystal screen. It got corrupted or something, and then it stopped working. And I decided to sell it because a friend was interested on the parts of it, and then I sold it to that friend so he could use the parts of my GBA. And today I only have the 3DS, but my 3DS is also kind of broken because it's hard for me to recharge it. I was able to find a new way to recharge it by using an external recharger. I can get it to show it to you. I don't know if you guys have seen it before, probably, but I will get it. So this is my 3DS, and the battery is my problem with it right now, because you can use the cable to connect in there and to recharge it, but it stopped working, it broke. After so many years using it, there was a day that the piece or the part inside of this broke, so I can't use the cable to recharge it anymore. And then a friend sent to me his dock recharger, and I was using the dock recharger for some time, that you can recharge the 3DS by using those two golden um, and wait, inputs, right? Those two golden inputs in there. I don't know how to describe that. But then after some time, the dock recharger also stopped working. And today what I need to do is to remove the battery from there and use this, which is an external battery recharger. It is actually a universal battery recharger, because you only need to attach the battery inside there and connect it to those two parts, and then you plug it into a font, like a place that has energy, electrical energy, and then you leave it charging or recharging, and then you see its progress down there in the display. So my 3DS still works, but it sucks that I have to remove the battery from it every time, and then when I'm using the battery again, I need to set the date, set the time, the clock, everything again. But at least it is working, and I can still play some things in here. But my 3DS actually has another problem that I still need to solve, and it is about the analog stick. It is stuck. The analog stick is stuck in the up position for some reason. I bought another part for it, but I still need to replace it. I can't replace it right now because I wasn't able to remove all the screws. I could remove some, but not all. And I will probably go to a store, like one of those places that people repair cell phones and devices. I will see if they have a screwdriver, is that correct? That can get rid of the other screws that I couldn't get rid myself. So basically that's the plan. Once I'm able to change the analog stick again, I believe I will be able to play all the games I have for the 3DS, because right now I'm only playing games with the D-pad, so I can't play Smash Brothers, for example. Did you hear about the Skyrim grandma? I haven't. He was Sub-Zero, then he got killed and became Noob Saibot, and his brother became the new Sub-Zero. We're excited for Borderlands 3. What I have seen was that the Borderlands game, or the Borderlands games, they got a crazy sale on Steam. Yeah, a friend of mine sent me that, but I don't play those games, so I'm not interested. But they are on a crazy sale on Steam. If you like those games, go check that out. I hope it's still happening, I'm not sure, but I saw it maybe 2 days ago, I think. It was a crazy sale for lots of things. DLCs, Borderlands 1, 2. There is this 84 or so year old woman that streams Skyrim, and Bethesda is making her. What? They're making her an NPC? That's awesome. What's her name? I mean, I will never play it, but I do have some friends that play it, so maybe I can tell them about it. That's insane. Also, I still haven't checked their thoughts, so let's check their thoughts. Oh, they're starting to complain about the prices. Okay, so Haunted House and Scrambled Eggs. By the way, did you guys see the Twitch Prime news regarding the Nintendo Online service? I thought that was insane too. I mean, I haven't read every little thing about it because I don't have a Switch, but from what I could understand, if you are a Twitch Prime, actually, sorry, if you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you can use the Nintendo online service for free? Is it something like that? Her name is Shirley Curry. That's her name on YouTube too, where she uploads VODs of her streams. It's very wholesome. Squall didn't like Skyrim, but he loves Morrowind. I saw it, but were too lazy to do the math to see if it was worth it to get Twitch Prime just for that. I mean, I think it may be worth it actually. At least you would be combining uh, so many interesting things in one single place, you know? You don't need to pay them separately. Can you get Twitch Prime without Amazon Prime? I don't know. Oh, Amazon Prime is expensive? I'm guessing not. Yeah, I'm also guessing not. Oh. Yeah, I know the Nintendo Online service is like not too expensive, but I didn't know the Amazon Prime thing was that expensive. It costs way more than a Nintendo Online subscription. How much is it? I get Twitch Prime for free by using your mom's Amazon Prime, but you guys get the Amazon Prime, or maybe Squall's mother gets Amazon Prime because of the delivery benefit? Is that the main reason why? Or is it also because of the how's it called? The Amazon Video thing, right? They have that Netflix but for Amazon. Don't you get all those things Amazon Prime Video, I think? What? It is freaking $119 a year? Wait, a year. At least it is a year. So, okay, we need to divide that per 12. It would be something higher than $10, right? Yeah, something a little bit higher than $10. Okay, I I don't think it is crazy expensive, but be sure to be using the benefits like the quick delivery, the Amazon Prime thing. But I don't think it is that expensive. But you gotta be using their things, like you gotta be buying their products and watching the series and movies on Amazon Prime Video. But I don't think it is that expensive. I mean, it is expensive, of course, but isn't the Nintendo online service something around $7 or something, or five maybe? Maybe it is five. Free shipping from Amazon is plenty fast. Amazon here is actually fast. I agree with that. It depends on how much you buy from Amazon. Yeah. I don't think I buy too much, so it wouldn't be great for me. I actually don't know if I can have the Amazon Prime Video. Wait, I don't know if I can have the Amazon Prime subscription, and if that's going to make my deliveries faster. I don't know if it happens in Brazil. Oh wait, the Nintendo Online is only 20. Never mind, it's way cheaper than what I was thinking. It is only $20 a year. But I still think it is nice that Amazon is doing that because it's going to benefit whoever does the subscription, and I think it is a very good benefit. So in Amazon in there, can you guys buy groceries, for example? Or is it only devices and objects, furniture, maybe clothes? Can you buy groceries? Can you buy food from? You can buy some food, right? And Gabriel, how's it going, man? How's your Saturday? We are talking about the recent news that now, if you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you can get the Nintendo Online service for free, I think. You can buy groceries, but you have never done it. Yeah, I would say that once you have that subscription, maybe buying groceries at Amazon could be a thing. Yeah, with Prime Video, that was some good news. Although I'm learning how expensive that is, I didn't know, and it's crazy expensive. You are just missing a Switch. Oh yeah, you are a Prime subscriber. Do they? How much in reais is that? Because I believe it was something a little bit higher than $10 from what I was reading, from what Riker was saying. But how much is it in here in Brazil, in reais? And also, do they deliver the things in here faster? Because I don't know if I have ever seen it. What? Okay, guys, really? It's only 15 reais? Brazil has a better price on something? Because it is freaking $10 for them. Although they may have better, uh, I don't know, other things like better services than us. I'm shocked. If it is only 15 reais in here to watch the freaking Amazon Prime Video, and do we get the faster deliveries in here too? So 15 reais is like, it's something around $5, I would say. Even less than that, maybe. Something between $4 to $5. That's how cheap it is in here. Amazon deliveries in Brazil is still not that big. Yeah, I don't know if it would be a huge difference in the delivery. But I was expecting it to be more expensive in Brazil and cheaper in the US, and it's kind of the opposite. That's crazy. But again, that's awesome for people with Switch in Brazil, right? People that have a Switch in here. Although getting the Switch in here is way harder than getting one in the US. So, what else can I do in here? The chairlift, that's not useful. You know what? Let's risk it a little bit. Let's get... Wait. Let's get the maximum funding. Because I do need some other rides. So let's increase the research. I will also check their thoughts again. Haunted House is Slide 1. Okay, let's drop the price of the Slide 1. $1. Sorry, hey man, how's it going? How's your Saturday? We were talking about Amazon Prime in here because recently, if you have a Nintendo Switch, you don't need to pay for the online service anymore if you have an Amazon Prime subscription. And to my surprise, it seems that Amazon Prime is way cheaper in Brazil than in the US for some reason. So I'm like, what the hell is going on? It is 14 and 90 cents reais in Brazil. Yeah, it would be something close to $4 or something. That's insane because Riker told me it's $10. It's higher than $10 per month. Nintendo Switch Online is only 25. Yeah, yeah, but Riker said that the the Nintendo online service is only $20 per month. So basically, it is something a little bit higher than a dollar per month. So that's super cheap. But $3.8 for the whole thing, like Amazon Prime Video, the deliveries, the Nintendo Switch online service. If only you guys could have that price that we have in here, according to Gabriel, that would be so freaking awesome. Wait, it is, yeah, it is something around three Canadian dollars. Not even $3 Canadian. It's like a nice bonus if you have it already. Yeah, but not really worth getting. Yeah, yeah, it's not really worth getting it if you don't have the subscription. I mean, I'm keeping my Amazon Prime because Lord of the Rings series, it's still not complete, right? Yeah, when is that coming out? Sometime. But I'm really surprised. I'm really surprised that Amazon Prime is more expensive in other countries than in Brazil. Although I do think that the service may be better in there than in here. Yeah. It's the same date as the Wheel of Time series. I have never heard of that. Sorry, this is a challenging level because of the landscape. As you can see, it's a horrible landscape and it has so many trees. Also, they are asking us to play this game for 4 hours, or this level for 4 hours, because it is a 4 years objective and we need to have 1,600 guests. So this level is more complicated than than the past ones from last weekend because it is longer, the landscape is horrible, and we waste money when we are removing the trees. But hopefully, with some patience, we will get there. Start a lumber? What's a lumber? Wheel of Time is like a really famous fantasy series. They were trying to make a show out of it, but I don't think it got it off. Wait, it got off the ground. Wait, a lumber mill? A lumber mill? Is it like a? Do you mean a windmill or something? But with wood because lumber? Amazon paid a lot for the rights of those titles. Oh, okay. Subaru gave me the Portuguese word for what Sorry was trying to tell me. Okay, so a lumber mill is that? I never heard that before. Okay, now I understand what Sorry is saying. Yeah, it makes sense. If only I could reuse the wood from those trees, right? They gonna do something sometime? I do hope so, yeah. Although I probably will need to find other ways to watch it because I don't have the Amazon Prime subscription. And I don't think I would buy it for that. I would love to watch it, but I will find my ways of watching it. Amazon bought the rights to a Wheel of Time series. I didn't realize that. Maybe it will actually happen. So how long has it been going on, the idea of making it into a series? And it sounds interesting. Is it a sci-fi series? It sounds like a sci-fi series. What I was watching again this week is my favorite anime since when I was a kid, Saint Seiya. I decided to watch one of the best parts of the show, which is like a section. It's like a part of the plot that is all about a topic, and the topic is the sanctuary. So I was watching the sanctuary episodes. It's like a saga, right? It's like um, a part of the show. It's not the whole thing, but I was watching that part of the plot, and I still need to finish it. But it's like I'm 2 to 3 episodes from finishing it, so I will try to do it. Maybe not this weekend because of all the streams, but maybe on Monday. It is Fantasy by Robert Jordan. Is it a book? Was it a book? It is a book. It is a master classic like The Lord of the Rings. You had all of the books, but I think they were lost in the fire? In the fire? Like Discworld? I only know The Lord of the Rings, which I still need to read. Even with the maximum funding, we are not getting the rides. And we are only getting roller coasters actually. But not the one that I would love to see. This one is so expensive. But maybe I could try having one of those. Because they are tiny ones. What if we have this on the other side right there? I guess I could try. Let's try. So, wait, too many streaming services getting exclusives? Oh yeah, we have Amazon Prime, Netflix. I heard some news about Disney wanting to start a streaming service as well. In Brazil, we have a streaming service called Global Play, but honestly, I think it is shitty. I don't think it is worth it. And then there was the announcement of the Google gaming streaming service, right? Um, how was it called again? I forgot the name of it, but Google announced that gaming streaming service recently. If I forgot the name of that, it means the name sucks. They should have a better name for it. I know it starts with S, but I don't remember the name of it. It's Stadia, yeah. You see, they need a better name, because otherwise it would be imprint. Yeah, it would be imprinted on my mind. Oh, there is also Hulu, but I don't know anything about Hulu. Oh, Crunchyroll, that's true. There is also Crunchyroll, which I believe is free for you to check animes in there, but they have something going on, right? Like, oh yeah, I believe if you pay for the service, you don't watch ads. I never tried to watch Crunchyroll, but Early told me to try watching it because according to him I could do it for free. But maybe I would need to watch some ads. It is for free. I'm losing my time then. I should start watching it. I just watch things on other places, like either on YouTube, like I was watching Senseiya this week, and on my Android, because I have an app that has so many anime episodes in there that I use it to watch them. And I have been watching Deltora Quest uh, in these days, or maybe I should say rewatching it. The quality is amazing, but the library is not actually vast, really. I always thought they would have the best library possible, from what people say. So they don't have everything. Do they have subtitles and language options? Maybe even dubbed versions? Or is it all in Japanese with the subtitles? Man, this roller coaster is actually bigger than what I was expecting. Probably because of the... Yeah, it's probably because of the heights. So, is it connected? It is. Uh, okay, there we go. This actually looks great. But I will change the colors. I don't think this red, gray, and white color fits this park. So hopefully with this second roller coaster we can raise more money. And let me increase that, then decrease the inspection time, and we'll also add another mechanic. Wait, why are they not going there? Is it too expensive? Why are they not going there? What's the best anime? You don't watch anime, what would impress you enough to watch more? It depends on your preferences, even movie preferences. So I will go back to that topic after checking the rest of the chatting here, Riker. So some have the dub version. Several days a streamer watched anime on Twitch. The channel got taken down. Oh, several days ago, and he got to the fourth episode. Yeah, it can happen. That's why some people prefer using some other websites outside Twitch to watch some animes or movies together in that website, or maybe by using Discord or something instead of doing it on stream, because that can happen, a ban can happen. What about Girly Air Force? Isn't it a recent anime? I don't know why, but I feel like it is a recent anime. So on the free mode of Crunchyroll, you can't watch a new episode on the date it was released, but can you watch it in the next day? That's fine. You need to watch ads, that's also fine. I'm used to watching ads anyways. I still need to watch Cowboy Bebop, I need to watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, I need to watch Samurai Champloo, Wolf's Rain, the second season of Basilisk, although everyone told me it's bad. I need to finish Cardcaptor Sakura, but I'm rewatching. I'm rewatching the Autora Quest right now. Oh, Riker has watched Cowboy Bebop. Yeah, I believe JoJo is a very weird show. It looks weird. Riker, do you like... tell me about the movies you like to watch. Because I don't have a good anime for people to watch, but people need to like those types of movies as well. And I'm thinking about Death Note. I think Death Note is an amazing anime. Maybe not the ending of it, but at least the beginning of it is amazing. But people need to like movies like it in order to enjoy the show, I would say. I think Death Note is a very good anime. But it's like it has investigation, it has many plot twists, it's a very smart and intelligent anime. So it's also very psychological. So if you like those things, you can give Death Note a try. It's very psychological. And then if you like Death Note, you could watch Code Geass, which is on Netflix, which is also very psychological, but it has mecha, so it goes in a different way. And you could also watch Basilisk. I think the first season of Basilisk is amazing. It's very beautiful. But oh yeah, Promised Neverland. A friend of mine recommended me that show. He said it's like no other anime he has ever watched. It is a good anime. Yeah, my friend is telling me to watch it. You need to watch more movies too. 2001: A Space Odyssey, Kill Bill, Children of Men, Shane, Care Stuff. Death Note may be edgy. Yeah, Death Note may be edgy. You hate Code Geass? Why do you hate Code Geass, Gabriel? I would say that maybe Death Note got the hype that Final Fantasy VII also gets. That hype that everyone goes crazy over it, and then if you have never watched it, you may feel like this is a bit overhyped to my taste. But honestly speaking, at least from my impression, the first episodes of Death Note, they were so immersive, and it was something crazy because usually it takes you some time to feel the show and to get in the mood of the show. The first episodes, maybe even only the first one, they were so fast and easy for you to get immersed on it that it shocked me. It was like the first episode was already, and then I had to keep watching it because I needed to know what was going to happen. It was a show that hit you so fast. It hits you so fast. Oh yeah, I still haven't watched the second season, but yeah, the second season seems to be horrible, unfortunately. You have watched the best anime, Evangelion. I honestly, I don't. It is not my favorite. I think it is alright, but in my opinion, it is a little bit overhyped. But it's just my opinion. I do want to rewatch it once it's on Netflix again, or actually for the first time. But once I have that on Netflix to watch it again, but I think it is overhyped. It is a very crazy show, disturbing, insane, psychological, hard to follow, but I don't know. I don't love it that much. It is unique. I mean, a bit at least. I don't think it is like bad, Gabriel. That's not what I'm saying. I did like it. I don't regret watching it. I liked it. I was entertained. But I also don't think it is that great. Like everything people says. Maybe because actually everything people say, right? Maybe because I don't know. I couldn't understand every little thing about the show, and then I was left with some open questions, but again, that happens in many things. Like it happens in other animes, it happens in other uh, sources of media, right? Like movies, books. But I don't know. I just didn't think it was my favorite one. But Riker loved Evangelion. What would he likes to watch too? Yeah, I think I get. I think I would go with Gabriel's opinion. It's not regrettable, but it's not great. I would be there. Like, I don't regret watching it, but I don't know. I felt like something was missing to me. But Riker, could it be because of Xenogears that you loved Evangelion so much? Could there be a connection? Probably not, right? Saburus says Evangelion is good, but it has more historical value in the world of animes than actually being the best one. I can understand that. Yeah, it has a huge importance. Maybe because you have watched other mecha animes before, or better ones. I actually never got into mecha stuff, but Evangelion and Code Geass were the only ones I enjoyed watching, I would say. But if the show is only mecha based, then I wouldn't like it. What I liked about Code Geass and Evangelion was that they both were very psychological and mysterious and disturbing. They both just had really interesting stories and characters, but they had the same ideas, or like some characters got the same models or very close models or inspiration on Evangelion. For example, Ellie and Azuka. I hope I remember her name. Or Azuka, actually. They they were so lookalike. Yeah, the mechas weren't really important to Evangelion's story, just like Code Geass. Code Geass also doesn't get. I mean, it is in there, and that's how they fight, but Code Geass goes beyond of that. I kind of forgot how Shinji was in Evangelion. I need to watch the show again. Wait, Riker is talking about Shinji, or is he talking about how it goes beyond the mechas? Oh, because the characters were flawed. They were. And they have many insecurities. That's for sure. It's more. It's closer to reality, Gabriel. I mean, a little bit. Um, there are some TV shows that, or movies or animes, whatever, that characters are flawless. Like they are perfect, and they have that quality that will never be different for them in the during the show. Although I don't remember Shinji's, I don't remember his character that much anymore. No, but we're talking about people having flaws. You are changing what I'm saying a little bit. We are talking about their behavior more than the gods attacking the earth and the mechas and stuff. Why am I only getting shitty things? Oh, I also got that. I totally lost this. So let's have an exotic seafood stall. But I will say that Shinji is not a very good character in my opinion, from what I remember. But I do appreciate that he's not perfect, like Riker is saying. Yeah. No, I don't think he's the worst, but there are some things about him that I don't know, I really don't like. Especially that very disturbing story or actually fact that happens in one of the movies. I haven't watched the movies, but I know about something very odd that happens in one of the movies. And that's something that I have watched, I believe, last year, like the video that was talking about it. Maybe it was by the time Netflix announced that Evangelion would get to it, and then I decided to remember a little bit of Evangelion. And then I watched that video that a person was talking and explaining the story and the plot, and the person was also mentioning what happened in one of the movies, which was very, very disturbing. But anyways, maybe Riker would like Code Geass, because Code Geass doesn't have the mechas as the biggest important thing in there, and it is disturbing, it is psychological, but I still don't understand why Gabriel didn't like it. Maybe it was because he has watched other mecha shows. That scene was brilliant in the movies. Do you know the thing that I'm talking about? I'm starting to see some litter bins that are full. Yep, Riker knows it, and I'm not allowing that message in the chat. So it's going to be lost in Automod's universe. But that's the one. Yeah, I thought that was what? Oh, Gabriel is talking about how he doesn't like the protagonist, Lelouch. I mean, you are only thinking about one thing of the anime, right? It has more to offer than only him, but okay then. I don't want to allow that wording here, like normally speaking, but that's the scene, yeah. That's exactly what I have heard about the movie. Oh my god, it's almost the end of September. Damn, we were chatting so much that I couldn't see time passing in the game. My plan was to get rid of the low one, but I kinda used the money to buy the second roller coaster. Thankfully now the admission price is so expensive that hopefully we can get some more tickets. Yeah, my rides are not giving me a lot of money actually. Even with two roller coasters. Let's check their thoughts. And even with this three-way little avenue or little path, they are complaining about how crowded it is in there. You don't like Yahiko? I have been watching Rurouni Kenshin. I was able to get some things, but yeah, it is. It could be very interpretative. Like people could have different interpretations of what was going on in there, because it is very weird, crazy going, and I don't know. People can go in different ways to understand it, and then discuss, which I think it is great to compare their opinions, impressions, and things. But I think I was expecting a better ending because the last episode is very, I don't know, it goes in a very weird way, which is, I can't say that it's uncommon for anime because there are so many animes that have so many crazy episodes and situations and things that go on that can be easy for you to understand and that cannot. But I was expecting something less weird than the final episode that would give me some more information or some more explanation that I didn't get. But I'm sure that's only a part of the reason why I don't think Evangelion was one of my favorite shows. It's not the whole thing, it's not only because of that, because it happens in many shows too. The movie is a more normal version of the ending, really. Maybe I should check it out then. The observation tower, we can have that. And we could have that up there, right? At the top of the mountain. And by the way, let me save the game because as this is a very long park, I don't want to lose my progress in case anything happens. The names of the movies? Evangelion has two endings? Two endings. It's the same events, but presented differently. Yeah, that's at least interesting. Also, about that word, interesting. Is it interesting, like I'm saying, or should I say it like interesting? Because I have also heard people saying it like interesting, but I always pronounce it like interesting. Maybe both are alright. Oh, wait a minute. We do have one little problem in here. Interesting, but most people are lazy and say interesting. Yeah, I realized that I have heard people saying interesting before. The fans were angry about the ending and they had the option to pick one. I need to remember the ending. I don't remember the whole thing anymore. But don't let me know, of course. I would prefer to rewatch the show again and remember the ending of the series. I just remember it was crazy. Okay, now that we have That, I believe I can connect it to the tower. What? Evangelion 3 plus 1 you cannot redo? At least we are getting some awards in here. The safest park award. Oh, boat hire. Maybe 80 cents? I'm not getting many people to my park. That's why I'm still poor. But they were saying that the park entrance was cheap, right? Yeah. Oh, they were saying that in August though. Maybe I have increased it too much. What about $18? Maybe this is better now. I can see more people coming. It had an amazing opening. The music is great. And the scenes are disturbing, so it's also great. But it took me some time before starting to like the song. It was not like instant. I know some people may love it since the beginning, since like the first time they heard it, but for some reason to me it took me some time before getting used to it. I actually was in an event in Rio that they had the singer of that opening song and she sang it in there. So maybe that experience helped me to like the song more. It was a Japanese festival that happens every year in Rio. Every August, I think. It's crazy how many litter bins get food in here, in this park. I have been spotting so many of them. More than in other parks. Oh, you know another reason why I'm not making a lot of money? It's probably because of the research. Yeah, maybe. You know what? Get rid of roller coasters. We don't need coasters anymore for now. Let's get some more thrill rides, shops, and stalls and general rides. I'm hoping that those two roller coasters are going to be useful for something. And then we will be able to get more people to the park once we have more attractions. But the normal ones, not necessarily more roller coasters. Because I want the admission price to be my income. It says 500 guests, but it feels like thousands. We need to make that triple. And a little bit more than that. That's the challenge. And we are starting year 3. But we are struggling with the low one that's still huge. And making money here, this is being complicated to me. The river rapids, I don't need the river rapids. Yeah, because the year ends in October. In this game, the year goes from March to October for some reason. So after October, it's going to be year 3. You don't think you are playing GTA 5 tonight? You are coming to terms? What's coming to terms? What does that mean? And hey Early, how's it going, man? Yes, bleed them all dry of their hard-earned money. Man, they once they are inside the park, I don't think they are going to bleed that much. The problem is making them to go inside the park because that's the first bleeding part. I'm doing just okay, man. I was telling everyone in the beginning of the stream that this week was not the best. I was feeling a little bit down, especially on Thursday, and then I even had some insomnia. But then I could get some rest yesterday, so today I'm feeling way better. What? Entry is free $300 to leave the park? I can't use those threats though. Coming to terms with something is accepting the hard truth. Oh, okay, you were accepting that you are not playing GTA 5 tonight because of the download rate or because you think that if you started tonight you would be going to bed super late. Make the entry free but put food and stuff high. The thing is that not everyone gets hungry or thirsty in the park. But that's another thing that we could try. It's another way to play the game. I also know you can charge for the bathroom, but they will be pissed off if you do that. But you can charge the bathroom. They will be really mad at you, but you can charge the bathroom. You are only at 40%. You underestimated 90 gigabytes. It is a lot. Like I told you, when Squall said that he thinks that it would take him an hour and a half to download that, I think it was a good amount of time. Because it is a lot. Speaking about games, I'm really excited that in 5 days or maybe 6 days, actually never mind. No, it is 5 to 6 days, yes, because I believe it is in April 4th. In April 4th, Epic Games is going to give away The Witness, and I'm very hyped for that game. I mean, I have seen some parts of it, I know how it feels like and how it is like, but I can't believe I will be getting that game for free. because it is freaking 75 reais in normal pricing here. Where is the maze? We need the maze. We do need the maze, Subaru. Wait, what's the problem with Epic Games, Gabriel? If they are giving away games for free, I love them. And like I told you, when it's past October, March starts. So the year goes from March to October in this game. I don't know why. But now they are saying the entrance is free. You know what? I'm going to hold that so we get more people. And then in February maybe I get the admission price back to 20 because I still need more rides. And I'm getting a shop and a stall, I need more rides. Unless it is the balloon stall. The balloon stall is very profitable. Gabriel and Subaru, do you guys know the Brazilian YouTuber called Guilherme Oz? Do you guys know Gios? Because he started playing Mario RPG blind, and I'm watching him playing it. I love Mario RPG, and it is, you don't know him? Okay, maybe maybe you guys don't know him. I was thinking he was a big YouTuber. Guilherme Oz, do you know him, Gios? He usually play Nintendo games. Yeah, maybe that's why I follow him. But he's playing Mario RPG Blind, and I'm so happy to be watching a Brazilian playing Mario RPG Blind because usually I don't watch Brazilians playing it. So it's been kind of fun to see some Brazilian references and memes and jokes in the middle of the playthrough. You only know a very few. I used to watch BRKS Edu back in the day, but I rarely watch him today because he has been playing some PlayStation games that I don't like. But once in a while he goes back to Nintendo or he goes back to the games I enjoy watching, and then I check it out. Sometimes he plays the beginning of a game too, like he did with Crash Bandicoot Remastered. But my favorite video of his is probably when he was playing Rayman Origins, because it was so funny to see him reacting to Rayman Origins, although he hasn't finished the game, if I remember it right. What? You befriended him on Steam? Really? But why? And how did that happen if you didn't know who he was? Yeah, BRKS Edu or BRKS Edu in English. He is one of the biggest Brazilian YouTubers, for sure. But now he lives in Canada, but he's one of the biggest Brazilian gamers in general. How did that happen, Gabriel? Maybe you still don't watch him. Maybe he still accepts people on Steam or something. But that's funny that you somehow added him on Steam without watching him. You don't remember what game it was? Oh, you were playing something with him. And that's how you guys added each other? I never played a multiplayer game on Steam, so I don't know how that's like. Let's drop one more 1,000 there. You guys were playing Payday 2? I think I have that game because of Humble Bundle. I think Humble Bundle gave it away. But I will never be playing that. Everything looks fine in here. What's the shop install that I'm getting? It is the souvenir stall. Okay. It's not the balloon stall, but at least we have something else to sell. The cuddly toys. I was also watching an American playing Mario RPG. Oh, I don't have money for that. He was playing Mario RPG last week. Yeah, last Wednesday. And unfortunately, he stopped streaming. He said he would be busy and stuff. But I was expecting him to be back during this week, but he hasn't been back. And that's a shame because his first Mario RPG stream was very, very fun. And then I'm still waiting for him to show up again. And then I also tried watching some other people play Mario RPG, but their streams were not as his, in my opinion. But thank goodness the Brazilian YouTuber is also playing Mario RPG, so I'm following somebody playing it because I have been in the mood of watching Mario RPG. Usually the game that I search the most is Ocarina of Time. I love watching people playing it blind. But recently I have been checking some people playing Mario RPG. By the way, Riker, I don't know if you were able to see how Bomberman Hero is like, because last weekend, I believe you left the stream before I started Bomberman Hero. I have to say that Bomberman Hero gave me so many Mario 64 feels in the first area of it. And it is a very surprising game. It is very different than the other Bomberman games we were playing. So I'm excited to see more of it tomorrow. The only thing I have been playing for the last 2 weeks is Pathfinder Kingmaker. Um, is that an RPG? Is that a strategy game maybe? What I have been playing is pretty much Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, Pokemon Go, and some daily stuff on my 3DS like that Pokemon Shuffle game. I'm still waiting for Persona Q2, and I'm also waiting for my 3DS to be fixed. Or maybe I should say, I'm waiting for me to go to the store and fix it. It is an RPG, it basically transported perfectly the tabletop RPG into a game. Some friends of mine, they were speaking and talking about, they were chatting, right? They were chatting about playing uh, RPG, like table RPG, like Dungeons and Dragons, but in some Pokemon version of it. Although I never experienced or played an RPG like that, so I don't know if I would really enjoy it. It is an RPG, it basically transported perfectly the tabletop RPG into a game, so there are so many options. I miss playing board games. That's something that I miss playing, board games. I wish I was playing some more board games. So now we can change the admission price to 20 again. But board games are either too expensive or you gotta have a good and solid group of people to play them. And at the moment, I don't have that group of people to play board games with. So it sucks. I remember going to some events in Rio in the past that people could stop by and play board games together and stuff. But I haven't been going to Rio anymore, so I don't even know what's going on in Rio nowadays. So basically, the start of the game, you either pick a pre-made character or create your own. There are over 40 classes to pick. How can you make a decision? Which class would you pick, for example? If there are so many. Oh, they stopped going to the haunted house. 30 cents? 20. 20 cents. Yeah, they also stopped going there. 60. I'm starting to feel worried in here, guys, because the time's passing and the number of guests never goes beyond 500. It's always lower than 600. We may need to start doing some advertisements. I'm going to give them some free food, free hot dogs. Pathfinder looks interesting. He hasn't played it. Some of those games based on tabletop RPGs can be a bit janky. Janky? What is janky? I have never seen that before. Janky? Or do you mean junky? Probably janky is a word. The rules, they don't translate well. Maybe you should give it a try, Riker, because Gabriel seems to really like it. Sabri is saying this park is in the middle of the forest. It's like not a good place for you to go because it could be a trap. Yeah, but come on, we have 2 roller coasters and you can ride the canoe in the river. It's fun. Come on. Hopefully the advertisement works though, because we do need more guests. Oh, it is bad quality, messed up. If you can play turn-based. Pathfinder Kingmaker was a Kickstarter. Subaru, are you seeing that? You asked for it, man. That it is. But where are we having this? Oh, maybe on this side. Yeah, this side looks perfect for it. No, I kind of messed that up. What? No, wait. Don't connect 2 entrances together. Oh my god, wait. What? Okay, sign. Okay, we're good, Everything's is fixed. Wait, it's still not fixed though. There we go. So let's have 16 people. $1.50, 60 cents, and it's open. Hello, Steve Vonico. How's it going? I'm not even on half of it, and I'm already planning for a new run. I do hope so, Subaru. I do hope that the hedge maze is going to help us out regarding our incomes. Wait, the swinging ship was for free. How did I miss that? Oh, and now it's broken. How are my mechanics handling everything? One one good thing about this park is that it's kind of short. As you can see, the path is not like super long or large, so the mechanics can be anywhere they want pretty quickly. So I will give this park that. Although I still hate the landscape. You know what? I'm going to use another advertisement. Let's have... No, I will give free rides to Virginia Real 1. Yeah, swinging ship was broken. All those free rides really wore it out? Yeah, probably. People were going there non-stop because it was for free. We can actually check that. We had 1,354 guests, but the satisfaction is only 75%, and the popularity is only 20%. And nobody thinks about it. So after you make or pick your character, by the way, Gabriel, did you answer me which class would you pick for you or for your character in that game? From all those 40 options, a sorcerer, it starts with you and several people being called to do a work to clean the marshes and regions of bandits roaming around. If you do, you will become the Baron of that region. And then you need to start expanding your territory, I'm guessing? And how long is it? How long does the game take for you to finish it? Expanding, protecting, managing things. We finally... Come on, what? Yes! We finally got to 600 guests. It took us forever to get there. Now we are only missing 1,000. Yeah, may not stop the advertisements. At least those two advertisements, the free food and the free ride on a particular attraction. I will keep them going on. The funding here is maximum, it's still maximum. And the balloon stall is going to help us out, so... Let's prepare it. Or let's prepare the land for it. Also, let me turn off my air conditioner. I can turn it on later. You don't know how long it is? I thought I was near the end, but I discovered that... Oh yeah, you are still halfway of the game. But... Oh yeah, you said that it is one of those tabletop RPG games that were made into a PC game, right? Yeah, because I was imagining it like a tabletop RPG game, but no, you are playing a PC game. That's why I was wondering about how long it would be, because I'm guessing 4 hours or 3 hours maybe if it was like uh, a normal tabletop game. But because it is a PC game, it can be longer. They can add more things. They can make it more complicated, new features. So yeah, finally it's rising. But I do need more rides. Oh, you see, because we increased the admission price for the swinging ship, they don't go there anymore. 70 cents. Okay, the slide is also expensive. I'm very surprised that our first ride in here, which was the boat hire, it is still giving us some money, and I don't I don't see people complaining. So now we are only missing 1,000 to pay for this low one. Then let me see the park entrance tickets. Okay, they are increasing thanks to the advertisement. The ride tickets, they are kind of stable. The shop sales, they should be growing because of the balloon stall and because of the souvenir stall. Yeah, now we are wasting or spending $600 for marketing. You know what? Now that I have the balloon stall, the souvenir stall, the information kiosk, and the hat stall, I don't need more shops and stalls. So I will only do some research for thrill rides and gentle rides. Is that like videos or trailers for the game? I can't check them right now, but I'm guessing that's what they are. And changing the topic, yesterday I was I was talking about pizza, and I need to buy pizza. Oh, Gabriel sent me that on Steam. I need to buy pizza because it's been a while, and I have been craving for pizza. But I'll see if I can wait at least until Tuesday, because Tuesday is like the best day for me to buy pizza. You ate one yesterday. Which one did you get? I I haven't been buying pizza, which is good actually because I have been buying like healthier food as black beans, rice, salad. That's what I usually buy from restaurants. But it's been a while since I last had pizza. I actually think the last time I bought pizza was in one of my streams. I remember feeling hungry, and then someone I don't know how it happened, but someone suggested pizza or something, and then I was crazy for pizza, and then I bought it in the same day during the stream. Tuesday because of Domino's. Although that doesn't mean that I will be buying it on Domino's or at Domino's, right? But Domino's has a better price on Tuesdays. Yeah, also pizzas can be expensive, yeah. Now we can finish the low one. So now finally every money we get we can use to buy new rides. And now we are only getting rides because it's not going to be shops or roller coasters. But I have been buying a lot of dishes like black beans, rice, farofa, fries, salads, those things that I usually cook myself, but sometimes they have some good thing on the menu and then I decide to buy it. If hot dogs are cheap in Brazil, it depends. But usually I would say yes. Uh, there are some hot dog trucks in many places, and I don't think they charge you a lot for them. Or at least they are very complete hot dogs. They will have many toppings. But in my city, there is a place that delivers hot dogs, and I don't think their price is that cheap because they also try to have some more fancy hot dogs than the other ones, and they charge you more for that. Yeah, you can. Actually, a 20 reais hot dog, really, Gabriel? That's too much. I would say from 5 to 15, maybe. But usually they are not too expensive. Maybe the most normal ones would go from 5 to 10 reais, I would say. The most common ones. If it is more expensive than 10 reais, which would be maybe $3, I, I think it is not worth it buying something more expensive than 10 reais. I would prefer buying more in quantity from those cheap ones than buying a single one that has a huge quality. When I'm eating or when I'm buying food, of course, quality matters, but my hunger won't cease with a small amount of food. So I usually go for quantity because I need a large amount of food to eat. I like to have a large amount of food to eat. And I can be eating that in the same day or in the next day. I don't mind. I usually buy in quantity. Even pizza. Usually when I buy pizza, I buy two pizzas because the other one is going to be on my fridge for the other days. When I'm buying dishes, I do the same. I buy like two dishes because the other one is going to be the lunch of tomorrow. I don't like to buy things in quantity, at least food. Cycle monorail, I don't need that. But let's try getting some more free areas. Because maybe we could buy another roller coaster right there. But Yoda, have you ever seen a Brazilian hot dog? Like, how different it looks like in comparison to American ones? Because the American hot dogs, they are very simple. Like they have the sausage, then some kind of sauce, could be mustard, ketchup, barbecue sauce maybe. And the bread. In here you have so many toppings. You have corn, you have peas, you have raisins, you have um, you can even have those, what's the word again? I actually used that word last weekend, but I forgot it again. I don't know if I have it written down. They have potato chips. Yes, I haven't written it down. It's the bird. The freaking bird that has some very small eggs. It's not Quirrell. It's... Yeah, I need to remember that word. I always try to remember it and I forget. Quirrell? It's something like that. It's not coral. It's qui. No, I can't remember it. I'll need to check it out later. But eggs, you can have eggs in the hot dog. Um, you can have Parmesan cheese. It's better for me to show you a picture, right? Oh, it's quail. I think I remember the word. I believe it is quail eggs. Yes, thank goodness I could remember it. Oh, the Gabriel is, yeah, in the hot dog that is sold in São Paulo, the place where Gabriel lives. They have uh, mashed potatoes in their hot dogs. You usually don't find that in Rio, but their hot dogs have mashed potatoes. So here are some examples, and because of all those toppings that I was saying, you can't even see the sausage. But yeah, that's how the hot dogs are in here. They are huge. They have a lot of toppings going on. And yeah, I imagine the American hot dog being simpler than that. So they have many toppings. You can add so many things. Raisins, peas, corn, quail eggs, those potato chips, and then mayo. You can have anything you want in there. So, oh yeah, I forgot about olives. They are like low tier food there in here too. In here, it is not common for people to buy hot dogs. I would say it's more common for people to cook them in their places. For example, I know how to cook hot dogs, but I usually don't buy them because it is not healthy. And also, there are some trucks in the streets that people can buy hot dogs. That's the other way I would say they are mostly sold. And by the way, we are losing guests. You usually don't have hot dogs restaurants, but there are some. Like the one I have in my city, but it's expensive. If I need to pay that amount of money for a hot dog, I prefer buying a burger. Oh yeah, some birthday parties can also have some hot dogs, some very small ones, mini hot dogs. Yeah, we have some street vendors hot dogs in here. There are also the ground meat hot dogs in here too. I don't know why they call them as hot dogs, but hot dogs in Brazil can be the sausage one or the ground meat hot dog. Yeah, the picture that Gabriel posted there. I'm not sure what are kielbasa or andouille. Those names are new to me. Hot dogs, lasagnas. We do have some snacks too, right? Like the ones I was thinking for birthday parties. But a hot dog lasagna sounds awesome. Yeah, these ones are very common in birthday parties as snacks. That's why we fence up hot dogs. We do have um, some German sausage in here too. But I never call those sandwiches as hot dogs. The ones that have German sausage. We kind of have a different name for it, and we usually call it bread and sausage. Yeah, that's how we call it in Portuguese. We call those sandwiches as bread and sausage. Yeah, I could understand they are sausages, but I don't know how different they are or how unique they are. Oh, okay, so now I'm starting to understand. Yeah, we do have a sausage in barbecue, but it's not for hot dogs at all. Like, it's for barbecue. So that's their names in English. Cocktail franks. Oh, those small ones. I see. Yeah, in barbecues in here we have a different sausage, and maybe it is the one you are saying, Riker. Kielbasa or andouille. But we use that for barbecue. Okay, now we got money, but we still don't have rides. Never mind, we just got go-karts. Okay, I'm down for go-karts, for sure. Let's see. Maybe that area right there? I was saving this area for a roller coaster though. What if I do it on the other island? Why not? Of course, this talk is making me hungry, but I will probably be cooking tapiocas because that's what I have been cooking for dinner this last week. I bought a lot of tapioca powder. We had that discussion before, and I can cook some tapioca scrapes with them. Or maybe I should say with it. And I still have some ham and cheese, so I have been cooking ham, cheese, oregano tapiocas. And for lunch, I cooked pasta. Yeah, I cooked pasta today. I'm a little bit pissed off that McDonald's in my city, they they increased the price of their cheapest sandwich because I love to buy that very cheap hamburger or cheeseburger, but I buy them in quantity. I buy like 6 or 7 of those. I used to buy lots of them, but now that they have increased its price, it sucks because now I want to eat that, but I'm not paying for that price. They increased it in like 2 reais, so no way that I'm paying for it. So I'm really worried about this park since we... Oh, you know what? Let's go underground. Why not? Since... Let's make it crazy. Let's go to the other side. Subaru was talking about an underwater passage. We have one of those with carts. How about that? Let's make this insane. And then we are going to exit... Wait. There. Where is it? Oh. Wait. It's... Oh my god, it's there? No, go back. Maybe a little bit more distance than the roller coaster, like there. Then you try going up. Okay. The tidiest park in the country. We are getting so many awards in here. That's awesome for my park value. So the roller coaster gets there. Okay, so stop it a little bit earlier. Oh, it is on the other side. Should I go underground again? I will go underground again. Yeah, I did some a sequence of turns right there so the carts can drift. I kind of wish they had some more crazy specials, like things you could do besides short curves and straightforward paths. I wish we had some other curves and maybe some other things too. So you gotta use what you have. Okay, now we are on the other side. Then let's try leaving the underground from there. Oh, the water slide? That's not happening. Such a dangerous ride. Wait, really? There we go. Wait, what? I can't? This is not good. Go back. Maybe now. Okay. We need to get to 15 right there. Okay, there we go. We did it. So now we need to find a way to connect this to the other side of the park. The newer Tycoons don't run on my PC. They do. I do have them. But I'm starting with the first one because it is my favorite. I mean, the RollerCoaster Tycoon games that I'm talking about. You were... Wait, you watched a super effed up film this week? Climax? It was great but should have came with a few... Oh, trigger warnings? Wait, a soundtrack with Daft Punk? Seriously? I have I have watched a movie that was very disturbing, that was kind of noir and sci-fi. I don't remember the name of it, but it was um, the soundtrack was composed by one of Daft Punk's members. It was by Thomas Bangalter, and that movie was triggering and disturbing, but it was about drugs and it had a crazy scene in the end. But yeah, it was something interesting to watch, but I don't know if I would recommend it. But I watched it because it was composed by one of Daft Punk's members. But this other one, I'm not sure. Climax? I was curious to watch Us, that new movie Us. Okay, I haven't watched this. It is a kind of. Oh, yeah. Enter the Void was the movie that. Yeah, it's in here on in the related movies. It's just the first one. Enter the Void was the movie that I was talking about that had the disturbing ending and the scene that was very weird. But the soundtrack was by Thomas. Enter the Void. I watched this many years ago. I don't even remember the plot of it, but I think it is about drugs. And then there is a something that happens near the end that I can't say because yeah, it is disturbing and I don't want to ruin the. That is the same filmmaker who made Climax. You mean the. Wait, Gaspar Noé? He also did Enter the Void? He did! He did! What? So he worked with Daft Punk again? Jesus. And it is also about drugs. Well, Joe Dancing, I guess that if you want to watch something very like this movie you have watched, go for Enter the Void because I have watched it. Maybe we are living in like um, parallel realities, and the movie I have watched is like the one you have watched, but they are different. So let's trade our realities now, and you go after Enter the Void, and I will go after Climax. I just don't know where I'm going to find this movie, but sure, I will try to remember it, especially because there is Daft Punk involved. Climax is in the theaters right now. I saw on Wikipedia that it was a 2018's movie. Oh my god, have you watched Irreversible, Riker? I have watched Irreversible. Oh, Joe Dancing has watched Enter the Void, so she knows the scene that I still remembered because I was kind of traumatized by it. Because it was triggering and I was not expecting that in a movie at all. But well, that happened and we live with those memories now because that scene was yeah, it was impactful to say the least. But I don't remember the plot of the movie anymore. I just remember it is about drugs. I don't remember what happened in the movie anymore. But that scene is it's it sticks on you. It follows you. So I still remember that freaking scene. But Irreversible is one of the most disturbing movies I have ever watched. But be sure to watch it because it is one of those. Actually, never mind. Maybe you don't need to watch Irreversible, but Requiem for a Dream is a must watch. Yeah, Irreversible is great. I really liked it, and it is very disturbing. But yeah, the disturbing movie that everyone needs to watch is definitely Requiem for a Dream because it is that disturbing feeling that even if it is super uncomfortable for you to watch it and to experience it, I think it is important for everyone to see and to understand the message the movie is trying to tell you. Because it's a movie that can kind of change you a little bit, I think. Because it's so strong, it's so impactful. So I don't think everyone should watch Reckon for a Dream, and it is one of those movies that you only need to watch once. Because once you watch it, be sure that those scenes, that plot, everything that happens is going to stay with you for a very long time. I actually bought the DVD of it, but I never felt brave enough to rewatch it because I know that I would feel so disturbed by everything again. But I don't have the DVD. I just think that I will never watch it. So what's the point of buying the DVD, right? But it's one of those movies that stay, right? One of those movies that stay with you for a long time. Irreversible is also one of those movies, but the messaging in Irreversible, it is a strong message too, but I don't know if it's going to change people that much, like Reckon for a Dream did. Upstream Color, I haven't watched that one. Joe Dancing watched Reckon when she was 17. I don't remember how old I was, but probably older than that. Irreversible is a great movie. It is very disturbing. But maybe I shouldn't be talking about it because I don't want to spoil it. Upstream Color, I also don't think I have watched that one. Primer, oh yeah, Primer, I remember that talk, but I didn't like Primer though. You were pretty young when you watched Requiem. I wish I could remember. One movie that took me forever to watch for the first time was Clockwork Orange. Yeah, Clockwork Orange took me forever to watch it. And by the way, our guests are gone again. Yeah, I'll need to give my best in these final moments of this park, or we are not going to beat it. Um, Maybe from there? There we go. The first time I tried to watch Clockwork Orange, it was in a very late night, and I was like in the living room in my hometown. Everything was dark, like the lights were off, and it was me and the TV in front of me and Clockwork Orange. And then in the opening scene of it, if you have watched it, you know what I'm talking about. It's like the main character of the movie is staring at you. Why am I adding benches to this? I don't need that. This is not a roller coaster. It's like him staring at you for 4 minutes. I don't know. But I was so impressed by that I couldn't. I couldn't keep watching the movie because I was already disturbed. And then I gave up. And then in the future, I watched it, but guess what? I skipped the first scene of the movie because I really got traumatized by the way he stares at you for so long without even blinking. So that's how my experience with Clockwork Orange was. He really, I don't know what happened. He like made me feel so uncomfortable with his staring that I really gave up on watching the movie in that day. I felt so uncomfortable. Yeah, I have watched Requiem and Enter the Void. Enter the Void was mostly because of Daft Punk. I wanted to hear to the songs in there and everything. Be prepared for anything. Is it worse than Requiem? It can't be worse than Requiem is so traumatizing. But Irreversible is also very traumatizing for two reasons that I can't say. You need to go into movies more. Me too, actually. I do have some movies that I need to watch, but I kinda have been watching more animes recently. And then some series too, but I kinda I usually leave the movies as my um as in the last place, right, of my preferences, which is not true. I love watching movies. I still need to watch Burning because it is by my favorite writer, or at least it is based on a novel or maybe a short story, I'm not sure, from my favorite writer Haruki Murakami. I do need to watch Burning. It is on my watch list. You had a headache by the end from anxiety? Jesus. Noah? I don't think I have watched Noah. We do have some film connection. Yeah, we go for those weird, disturbing, crazy movies. One of those movies that I'm not brave enough to even check it out from the things I have heard of it is The Human Centipede. I have heard people saying that it's such a crazy and weird and bad experience that I don't even look for the images of that. And by the way, I'm very satisfied with those go-karts in here. Hopefully they are going to give us more people in the park. And also with this extra income, I'm going to use the other advertisements. These ones. No, not free entry, maybe half price entry. Did we get more things? Oh yeah, we got that. The Woa Valley. So I usually don't like many Brazilian movies, but I remember talking to Joe Danson about this one in particular, and it may be one of my favorite Brazilian movies, although it is disturbing, so I don't think I can watch it again. And I'm talking about Estômago. Yeah, Estômago is a great Brazilian movie, and it could be in the same list as the ones we are talking about right now. Maybe not for the whole movie, but because of a particular thing that happens in that movie. That's all I'm saying. That is very disturbing. So if you guys like those crazy and disturbing movies, and if you are curious to watch a Brazilian movie, that's the one I would recommend. Estômago. It's basically the Portuguese word for stomach. Oh my god, I can't see who's following me. I can't read that. But somebody in Nerd TV, thank you so much for the follow. Was it Ian? I'm not sure. I have such a small window in here for me while I'm streaming that I couldn't read your username entirely, but hopefully I got the Nerd TV part right. But thank you so much for the follow. What's your favorite Spanish rom-com from the 80s? Wait, I'm not sure. Recent films you loved: Disobedience, Annihilation. I have watched Annihilation, and it was a great movie, especially because it discussed some things that I don't think I have seen in a movie before, so that was very interesting. But at the same time, it was, how can I say it? I couldn't say it was one of my favorite movies ever, but it was a very enjoyable experience. But it's not like one of my favorites. I was satisfied with the movie, but I was not like crazy amazed by it. It was very distracting and interesting to think on what was happening in there. I need a place to build this. Oh, I do have that place, right? I mean, I could also build that next to the tower so we have some symmetry. You know what? I'm going to do that. Although this is shorter. But sure, I will find a way. I'm trying to think about movies I have watched recently, but I haven't watched many, like I was saying. But a movie that I thought that I would not like it too much, and in the end it was very good, was that one with Leonardo DiCaprio. That's kind of old now, but I only watched it last year. And I'm not sure about the name of it in English, but it's the one that gave him the Oscar. That movie was very good, and I was not expecting to like it. And I watched it because it was on Netflix. The Revenant, yes. Gabriel got it. Yeah, Revenant. It was the one that gave him the Oscar. That movie was very good. And usually I don't like movies that are very medieval themed and stuff because you guys know how I have some personal blocks with those things. But I was curious because everyone said that the movie was great, the book was also great according to people, and it gave him the Oscar. And then I heard some things about the bear and the bear fight, and I was curious. And then I was like, okay, I have nothing to do today, and so I'm going to try it. And then I saw it was like 2 hours plus long, and then I was thinking this is going to take forever. But to my surprise, the movie was amazing. I couldn't feel the 2 hours plus passing by because it was such a beautiful movie and experience. So I was really impressed with it because I can totally see myself not liking a movie like it or that has like the same idea of it. But that one really impressed me. Hello, Leon. How's it going? I'm doing alright. How about you? You haven't seen The Revenant or Dancing? Add it to your watch list, please. It's a very good movie. It's a beautiful one. It has so many beautiful takes uh, in the middle of the movie, and also his acting is great too. Yeah, and there is the bear scene, which is also kind of impressive. First Man. I haven't watched that one. First Man. I do actually have Letterbox, but I never use it. Like it's been years since I last used Letterbox, so I won't go back to it. It's been many years. I used to have a group of friends that also loved talking about movies, but now we kind of lost contact or we are not in touch anymore. I have been writing down the movies I need to watch and even the games I need to play and stuff in a notepad, like in an easier place to write them down. And yeah, I haven't been watching many movies. I also don't go to the movies too much. I wish I was, but I'm not going there too much anymore. Especially after I lost my student's card or student's ID. Because if you are a student in here, you can get half price for the movies. I don't have that benefit anymore, so I kind of stopped. We have vandalism here. I stopped going to the movies, especially thanks to that. Where is the vandalism? Also, are they already stopping to go to the go-karts? Vandalism. Oh yeah, they didn't like the price of the go-karts. Yeah, some people are complaining about the vandalism. Can you guys see any broken chairs or litter bins and stuff? Oh, wait. No, that's not broken. Oh, I could see some right there. Yeah, those were broken. Those two right there. But I guess it was only those, right? Which scenario is this? This is Jolly Jungle. And I'm not doing an amazing job in here, I would say, because we are still super far away from the objective. We need 1,000 more guests in here. And this is the last year. But I do have some rides, and I'm hoping that also with the expensive admission price, we will be able to attract more guests to the park. And I will do all I can on those advertisements because we need to get more people in here. I have the feeling we'll be able to do it, but it's going to be a very clutch scenario to us. Sometimes they complain about literally 5 benches. Yeah, they can complain a lot even if only a few ones are broken. Wait, there is a game? There is a game. Why do I only sell orange balloons? Because that's the color I set. Do you want me to change it? Yeah, you can only sell the color you set. It's orange because of the channel. But the umbrellas and the hats, they are yellow. Although I think the information kiosk is selling orange. Yeah, we have orange and yellow objects. You were curious? We could have more balloon stalls. You know what? Let's have a new one that's selling yellow balloons. No, that's not true, Gabriel. Come on. You haven't unlocked this one? This is in the first expansion pack. How far are you in RollerCoaster Tycoon? So, I know this is a very long game, so I'm kinda not surprised that you haven't unlocked it yet. Especially if you have started playing this recently. Or if you tried beating this game in the past. Because I have tried many times and I could never do it. especially because I used to have so many problems on my computer that they caused my progress to be erased or lost. But hopefully this time I will be able to complete all the objectives of all the parts of this game, because that's a childhood dream of mine. Your favorite scenario is the Great Wall of China? That's one I haven't played yet. You got Napolitan ice cream, Valias? That sounds awesome. I always tell you guys that I usually don't buy ice cream, so it's been a long time since I last had ice cream. I would love to have ice cream too. But this week I bought acai. Yeah, this week I ate acai. It was a very hot Wednesday, I believe it was on Wednesday, and I decided to buy some acai. I would say that acai is my ice cream. Like, I don't buy ice cream, but when I want something cold and sweet, I go for acai. Wait, it is the last level in Group 3 of RollerCoaster Tycoon Classic? Yeah, this is the deluxe version. One thing that they have added in the RollerCoaster Tycoon Classic that I wish I had was that fast forward option, right? You could speed up time. And in here I can't, because this is just the original game with the expansion packs. But I wish I had that option. I know, Vegas, we do have Napolitan ice cream here too. It's called Napolitano in Portuguese. Way too sweet, Gabriel? It could be. I mean, it depends too, right? It depends if you mix it with some other sweet things. You could try... Gabriel, when you eat acai, do you drink the juice or do you eat it with a spoon? Because I usually drink the juice of it, and when I'm buying it in the store, I can mix it with some other fruits. So maybe if you order acai with a fruit that's not too sweet, maybe it could balance the taste of it for you. But I usually order acai strawberry, which makes it sweet, or acai and orange. And that combination, I don't think it is too much sweet, but it's still a little bit. No, Valius, it's fine, man. But I do have Napolitan ice cream here too. You had stracciatella ice cream. I don't know about that one though. Did you see the price? No, I haven't seen. I haven't seen the price of the chocolate Easter eggs for this year. I'm imagining they are probably crazy expensive. It's also been a long time since I last bought some chocolate Easter eggs. I prefer cooking chocolate myself. It's way cheaper. Man, I need to do something about this park. At least we have money now. We were lacking on money, but now we do have money. What am I getting? The ghost ring, that's not useful, but I can buy the rural drop. I'm going to buy that here. And also, I will go back to the roller coasters research, because if I can get the steel roller coaster in time, it could be helpful. Let's have some more entertainers, because I need people to be happy in here so they don't go back home. I will have a new mechanic because those two are busy. One more handyman because we do have some new intense rides like the Woa Belly and the World Drop. Man, my park rating needs to increase too. Then what else should I do? Let's check their thoughts. The vandalism again, but I have more guards and is it really happening? Honestly, I don't understand their vandalism complaints. Wait, it is a hot pot buffet for $20 with unlimited meat and ice cream? That's awesome. So stracciatella is a type of Italian cheese. So it's like chocolate chips in mild cheese ice cream. It's been 50 reais for... No, I'm not buying the chocolate Easter egg. No way. No way. 50 reais for that? Yeah, my park rating is bad, but it's growing. Now with the new changes, I think it is getting better. But the biggest problem is getting more people to the park. It's been crazy hard to get people to the park. I think I will not mess with the admission price anymore because I do have money. I'm only missing more people. The guests are leaving the park so easily. Uh, is it in here? No, it's not in here. How can I follow the... Oh, there it is. You see, it's such a small growth. I'm going to save the game here because... just in case... But let's hope for the best. Might want to build some extra pathways. Are they complaining that it's too crowded? Yes, they are. So I was saying earlier that I usually don't build other paths because it took me forever to understand that when they are complaining that it's too crowded, it's because they want more space, like more paths. But then after streaming this game, I learned that. I actually always thought that it was a good thought, like, oh, it's crowded here, so this park is popular, so I'm in the right place to be. But no, this is actually a problem, and it took me forever to realize that. Once your rating dropped from 890 to 680 so quickly, you didn't know what happened. Sometimes it is hard to understand what's happening in the game for sure. Our best guess is by following their thoughts, but sometimes it makes no sense. In my opinion, the most abstract information of this game is the park value. The park value is like a big mystery to me. Some objectives are about that, and those are the hardest ones. And thank goodness we got to 800 guests, but we still need more. We still need more. We need to double that, guys. Electro Llama, how's it going? That causes them to walk in circles and get crowded? Yeah. And also, maybe if they have more paths to walk, could it take them longer to leave my park? Because they could be walking around just... You know what? I'm going to give it a try. but I don't have a good place to double the paths. It's because what I said, when I was a kid, I usually don't expand the paths. This was actually a first. Making the food plaza larger was a first in here. But I can try making more. Wait. Even if I don't increase the size of the paths, I can try making other paths, right? New paths. But it's kind of hard to see where I would go with those paths though. I feel like I understand the problem, but I can't see a solution. Unless I go underground again. Should I go underground again? This maze is too big and hard. Are you lost in the maze? In our lovely hedge maze, Subaru? Are you lost in there, man? You hate people saying, I'm not hungry. I'm not thirsty. I don't need to go to the bathroom. Yeah. Is that a complaint? Is it really? Do they get upset because of that? And also those other things. I want to go on something more thrilling. I never took those thoughts as bad things. I just read them as something normal. Oh, Roller Coaster 1? Which is this one. You usually add more paths around the edge of the park. That could be interesting, but not for my park anymore though. But that could be very interesting actually, especially in a large park like this one, although we are not using the full size of it, but it's a very good idea. I'm seeing the the importance of that. You can pretty much start some connections between two different paths if you have that option. It's funny that I usually build my parks following the entrance, like I make an avenue starting from the entrance and then it goes from there. So I usually build some straightforward parks with some turns, of course, like those ones. But I usually follow that logic of following the path that starts in the entrance. And then, hey Emily, how's it going? Welcome to another Roller Coaster Tycoon stream, but we are struggling so much, Emily. We may not be able to beat the objective in here. Usually crowning is the biggest issue for you, for me too. Yeah, me too. This is a very compact design. We could try making more underground paths, but it's always hard to make them very well. But sure, let's give it a shot. What about there? Let's go underground again. Wait. I can't see it. No, that's on the other side. No, it wasn't. It's because my go-karts go to both sides. Oh, it's right there. Okay, go underground there. But also, we need a sign. Wait, are my... Oh, one of them is over. The 3D cinema, that's fine. It's too low. We reached the bottom. So let's go up in there. Go-kart is on the way. Really? Where? It's not. Oh, it is down there. I see. So maybe like this? Okay, this kind of works. Wait, are people... What about the sign? Why are people walking there? Did I place the sign in the wrong place? Yeah, there are people... Oh, it's because it connected to another path. Thank goodness I didn't have any accidents, or I didn't kill anybody when I was building those paths. So guys, because things are very critical, I will probably really focus on the game. But I'm kind of feeling a little bit hopeless about my situation in here. But now we have a new path that hopefully people will use it for something. And I'm guessing that if they have more places to go, they will spend more time in the park. You only ever beat 2 levels? Really, Emily? Why did you give up so early? Were you playing other games maybe? Do you think it is hard, Emily? Wait, did you play this one, the first one? The second one is hard. The second one I could never beat an objective. So let's see if this is going to work. And then I need to think more about things. 1 week remaining. Okay, let's use them again. You know what? Let's go with free entry for the park. I don't care. We need more people here. Emily, don't give up, Emily. You gotta go back to this game and beat more objectives. Although, be careful when you get to a park like this one, because this one is pretty hard. But most of them are not too hard, I would say. You would visit this park, Joe Dancing? I really liked the underground path I just did. But I'm not sure if it's really going to help us out. I'm becoming an underground expert in the past weeks, right? Because the game is forcing me to build those paths. Emily, the second one, if you beat 2 levels in the second one, you did more than me. You did more than me. I could never beat a single objective in that game. Seriously, that is very hard. RollerCoaster Tycoon 2 is so damn hard. My dream is to beat one single one in there. One single objective in there. At least one. But this first one it's way better. It feels much better and easier. But there are some levels that can be more complicated, like this one. I was not expecting it to be this challenging though. But the rides they were giving to me, they were not helping me out for most part of the park. So we couldn't really grow a lot in the beginning. I think we need to go for another roller coaster. I have no idea which one, but we gotta have more roller coasters in here. What about this one that I usually never build? Do I have area for the Batflyer? I was planning to have another roller coaster. Um, oh, never mind, I built it in there already. But we may have a place for this, right? Maybe on this other island, because then we can... Wait, what? There are skeletons in the middle of the jungle. That's so weird. And they give me money, right? They do give me money, I remember this. Okay, the skeletons helped us out, even if they are creepy AF. Yeah, there were random bones in the middle of the jungle. They give me money because they are decoration. So I earned some money from that. Wait, no, not a custom design. So let's try the bat flyer there. But I will need to get rid of so many trees. You mentioned that you didn't know what Epcot is. That orange ball thing you have in your park is like a mini Epcot. Do you mean? Oh, you mean the 3D cinema? It's the only thing I could think. Okay, thank goodness we are kind of getting to 1,000 guests, but we are running out of time. I'm still impressed that since I returned to RollerCoaster Tycoon, I still couldn't get the steel roller coaster design. Oh my god, it's June. It's freaking June. Yeah, I'll need to spend all the money I have into everything I can do. You know what would be awesome for this park now that I'm thinking about it? The transport rides. But getting rid of all of those trees just to buy the transport rides is painful. But it would be very good for this park. If I had more money, more time, and more patience. It is wide in real life? It is a giant golf ball. I don't think so. I mean, you were talking about the one in Disney, right? I think I have seen that one, but I didn't know the name of it. Another good thing about RollerCoaster Tycoon Classic is that when you place stuff, it gets rid of those trees. Oh my god! Yes, I was trying earlier to erase or to delete the trees in packs by using the land tool, but you can't. You need to erase one by one. Wait, more bones? There are more bones in here. Come on, get to 1,000 guests. so I can have some hopes. I kind of understand why the game is doing this to me, because this is kind of like a message. You want to build a park in the middle of a jungle, so we are going to make it extra painful because you shouldn't be building a park in the middle of a jungle. So that's the logic behind what's going on. They want me to feel physical pain for every single tree that I'm destroying right now. So I can learn that building a park in this place is not right. So is that enough? It is enough. We did it. Now let's be fast. We gotta connect this roller coaster to the path we just built. Actually, let's make a huge line. So I'm going to connect that up there. Okay, there we go. Open it. 10 minutes of inspection. Then 12 seconds. And maybe $2.20 for the roller coaster. We got to 1,000 guests, by the way. We freaking did it. Next, I need to pay attention to the advertisements again. Okay, we still have time. What else can I do? We got a roller coaster. Oh, this one? It's a small one. We could try building it. Rian, hello man, how's it going? No, we're not going to connect that up there. You're lying. Did you get a haircut? I did. Do you feel the pain? I felt a little bit. And I will probably feel more because I may need to build another roller coaster. Because we still have money, we need more guests, we gotta keep them going, right? You did too, man? Nice. I usually take forever. No, I know, haircuts are nice, but I usually take forever to go there. It takes me 2 to 3 months to have my hair cut. Because both I'm too lazy to go there, and second, for some time I can stand my hair being big, but then it's hard to explain. It's like from one day to the other one, you can get annoyed by the size of your hair. So I always wait for that day to come. And sometimes it takes me a long time to feel like, okay, I really need to have my hair cut now. Instead of having like a proper schedule of, it's been a month, so I'm going to have my hair cut. No, I wait, and then 2 months later or 3 months later, I realize, oh, my hair is big enough, so I'm going to have it cut. By doing that, I'm also saving some money. I look nice, thank you, Emily. Same, you went last Wednesday? I went yesterday. And last time I had gone was in January. Oh, so you also take some time before going there. Yeah, I believe last time I had my haircut was either in the beginning of the year or before Christmas. You hate getting your haircut, Riker? I I feel a little bit uncomfortable in the beginning. For example, every time I stop by the place and it's kind of crowded and big, and everyone in there is kind of looking better than me because I'm with a big hair. But people in the place that I go are very nice, and I start feeling more comfortable after some minutes. Yesterday I was even chatting with some people that were there, and they were actually discussing that they felt like cutting my hair, like the person that was cutting my hair, they felt like it looked easy to do and they could learn it easily. And then they started chatting about maybe cutting men's hair is easier than cutting girls' hair and stuff. And then some people brought some thoughts about it and opinions. No, but men's hair you need to have the the back of it very well done. While in girls' hair you just need to you don't need to worry about the shape of the back of the head, and those things. So they were having that discussion. You like my big hair? I like my big hair too. The only problem is that when it's windy, my hair goes like this, like it gets super spiky. So it can be a problem to me. I actually need to. It's because my hair is very thin. So I need to take a shower and then wait until it dries or until it gets dry before leaving my home, because anything will make my hair go like spiky. And that sucks because when I'm outside I can't see myself. So sometimes I take a look on windows and reflections in the city, and I look to myself, it's like my hair is kind of messed up with a huge spiky part, and then I'm like, oh my goodness, I need to cut my hair or have my hair cut. Because, yeah, that's what bothers me. It's not the size of it, but it's when it's windy and my hair goes spiky. I hate that. I go to a hairstylist salon, yeah. Mostly because it is nearby. Now I do have some other options, but it was my first option when I started living in the city. It is by the supermarket, so it's very easy for me to stop by there. And it's like a very good place for it to be, because if I need to buy some groceries, I can also buy some groceries. So I think it is a very good location. So I started going there, and then I found some other salons and barber shops around my place that are closer. But I became friends with the hair stylish and stuff, so I got used to going to that place. And also they have some fidelity program that after cutting your hair there 10 times, I think the next one is for free. But because I take forever to go there, after 2 or 3 years I could finally get my free haircut, which was the last one. Yeah, I bought, not I bought, I got, or I brought a new card for this one, for this haircut. But yeah, the last one was finally the day I could get a haircut for free after 2 or 3 years. Guys, we need more guests. We can't stop that growth. And we only have like 4 months. Okay, let me try building this steel mouse roller coaster. Maybe yeah, we can have that one. Okay, there we go. We have another roller coaster. Also, the woman that does my haircut, or is that right? Is that the way to say it? I hope it is. She is from the same city that my parents are from. So I also think it is very nice. Because my parents are from the northeast region of Brazil, so it's not nearby where I live now. So sometimes we chat about that city as well, because I have been there sometimes. Okay, we need... I'm so sorry that I'm rushing through the chat, but things are really... Oh my god, look at the people's... Oh my god. Look how the amount of people in my park is dropping fast and crazy. We are not in 1,000 anymore. Yeah, we probably will fail this objective, guys. The merry... Only now I'm getting the merry-go-round? Well, at least we can have some painful music to our ears while our doom is coming, right? Oh wait, auto mod. Okay, give me a second. I will go to the chat very quickly after building this merry-go-round. Auto mod doesn't like the word bangs. Maybe there? Okay, there works. Oh my goodness, why are they leaving the park? Entertainers! Please do something. Yeah, I'm starting to lose hope. Even with the new things and everything, we have the circle show. Oh, it's the go-karts. People are not going there. Yeah, we need to drop the prices. What else are they complaining? 3D cinema? And the scrambled eggs, right? It's for free. Yeah, Automod doesn't like a lot of things. You have a conspiracy theory that it just bans a No, no, that's not what it does. Entertainers, entertain! The Panda Army. It's not working though. Jesus! I don't have time to lose people. Drop the admission price, maybe? $15? The problem is not the amount of people that are coming, it's the amount of people that are leaving. I need to go to the bathroom. What if I build another food plaza? Right there. A very small and simple one. We have burgers. We have drinks. And we'll have a bathroom. Maybe that makes them happier, I guess? Wait, you guys are talking about pandas? No, I haven't heard of Beauty Pop. Oh, I never know those manga genres or anime genres. But shonen is the one that are like some romance going on. Oh, shoujo is basically boys versus versus girls. I think the shonen mangas or animes are the ones that have some romance, right? Oh my goodness, it's August. But it's working. It is working. We are getting more people. What else can I do? What else can I do? Another roller coaster? Oh, I remember this one. It has the flight of something, right? Yeah, the flight of the phoenix. I remember this one. Do I have... I do have place, but I will need to get rid of the trees again. Let's try building it there, I guess. What about the other models? No, that's the best one. Well, I guess I will try. I don't have other option, right? Wait, I do have the circle show though. So shonen is the ones about young boys growing up, like Naruto, and shoujo is like Sailor Moon, I see. I think my favorite shoujo is Cardcaptor Sakura. It's such a good anime. I need to go back to it though. I started watching the third season and I haven't finished it. I believe I got to the mid part of it. And I don't need to watch more of Sailor Moon because I always watched it like randomly. I never followed the order of the episodes. But Cardcaptor Sakura is definitely one of my favorite animes. It feels so good. It's so charming. That's the word. It's so damn charming. And the soundtrack, beautiful. It's so beautiful. I even compare that soundtrack to Pokemon soundtrack because some songs they sound like not the same, but they have something that feels like the same. Oh yes, I also watched a lot of Rema. I don't know how you guys say that. Hema half, Hema 1, 2. I don't know how you guys pronounce that, but I have watched a lot of it. I got far, but not too far because all of her. I'm referring to the author, which is a girl. Um, I forgot her name, but she's the one that also was responsible for Inuyasha. And every work she does is super long. Like Inuyasha, for example. Rumiko, yeah, Rumiko Takahashi, yeah. She also wrote Inuyasha. And Inuyasha I was able to finish, but it took me forever. Forever. And Rema is also super long. But the biggest thing about Rema is that it started awesome, or it started greatly, but then it got to a season that I couldn't stand it. It had some bad characters. I believe it was the fourth season. Every time I got or every time I get to that season, I kind of lose the interest on the show. But I think that if I get past that season, things will get better. It's always that freaking old character, that old man character that I'm not a big fan of. But the beginning of Hema is amazing. The first characters, they are so unique and they are so funny that it's such a good show. But then I don't know which character it gets to that I always stop in there. But I will try it again. I think it is I think it is going to be worth it for me to finish it someday. So I do want to try it again. And I will do my best to get past that freaking season. So is that enough? We can't? Is it because of the landscape or is still because of the trees? You suck at coaster design? I work better with the steel roller coaster. That's the one that I like building some roller coasters. But I usually don't. Oh, we can. There we go. I usually don't build roller coasters by myself, especially now that I'm streaming this game, because that takes me some time. But I do love to do some go-karts tracks and mini golf tracks, and you guys know the best one. Where is it? The hedge maze tracks too, right? But one of my favorite things to build is definitely the go-karts. I really like that ride. It looks so great. And also to see people racing, and you can see the guess that wins the race. You can see who's winning. So I really like it. Wait, where is the thing? It's right here. So how can I connect those places? Maybe from there? Or yeah, maybe from there. Which would be great because we would be making this more empty, right? So let's go, it's time for a new trail inside the jungle. I wish I could think more about this trail, but I don't have time for that. I just need to have it done. Go back. Oh, it's because of the roller coaster right there. Okay, so go back again. Go back again. It needs to be there, but I'll need to change the landscape. Oh my goodness, we got to 1,200 guests. But the freaking advertisements or the campaigns. Okay, that works. I mean, maybe not because I need to go left. Okay, now it works. Back to the campaigns, fast. Can I have an on-ride photo section for this one? I don't think so, right? Yes, I can't. Okay. So, building this was good, but now we don't have money. And I need money to have the advertisements going on, so hopefully the money increases like crazy now. You guys have a ball like the... Oh! You mean the 3D cinema? The Epicot? And I was about to search for it on Google. The underground tunnel, we have some in here. If I test roller coaster 4, oh, I haven't, but I'm guessing it's going to work because it is a pre-made model. Wait. Wait, maybe it is not going to work. Wait, close this. One single train. Let's not risk this. This is not the time for us to have this crashing. Okay, maybe it's going to work now, hopefully. Actually, Oh yeah, it goes in this direction, right? The motion simulator, okay. Oh my goodness, the marketing. It's funny that last weekend we were saying, oh, this game is awesome for you to chat. Well, not when I'm struggling with such a hard objective. Half price entry. I don't have money. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, that it is. Oh, I have it now. That's in Disney, right? Riker was saying it's called Epcot. Yeah, and it looks like the 3D cinema. So I have the motion simulator. Do I have money for that? I do. Let's build that here. Why not? Since we don't have a lot of things in here. Come on, we need more. Oh, wait. Wait, I'll need to. Okay, restart this. There we go. We have only 2 freaking months? What else can I... The circus. The circus. Where though? Maybe there? I don't have money! Now I have it. That's going to look very odd, but sure, let's embrace the cause. Just go for it. It kind of looks interesting. Yeah, it doesn't look that bad. But I don't have time to think. Just build them up and pray. Also, let's check their thoughts. And let's see if I need to drop prices. I do need to drop prices. Also, they slide. I can increase the amount of people, right? Also, with the new roller coaster, we need more handyman. And I will have another mechanic just in case. Oh my god, we need more people! No, I don't need to test the circus. What's the best way to deal with it's too crowded here? It's probably having larger avenues and paths. Like this one, but it's still crowded in there too, you see? It always gets crowded. Let's see if that helps somehow. I kinda ignore that message in the way I usually play this game, but in a bad situation like this one that I am right now, I can try increasing that, but it's still crowded, you see? But their thoughts are good now. Let's have entertainers and let's set them near the exit so they make those people happy. And let's have gorilla. I didn't know we had a gorilla in here. I also have one of those handymen there just to keep things clean in the entrance. We are not going to make it in time. We need 250 guests. Although the park rating is like incredible right now. The park rating is maxed. Regarding the crowdness though, can you treat these messages like the feedback you get when playing SimCity? It's been a long time since I played SimCity, so I don't remember it exactly, but I take their thoughts as feedback for sure. Because it explains what's bothering them in the park. Right now I think everything's alright, besides the too crowded thing. But not getting that message is very, very hard. Especially in a very crowded park like this one. They want me to have lots of guests in here. Come on, we are only missing 200 now. I think SimCity is a very, very hard game. The flying roller coaster? Oh. Come on, September. Don't finish September. At least give me some more time. No! We're not doing it, guys. We need a little bit more of September. 0 people there, okay, but it's still getting people. Like I said, you can see who won the races in the go-karts. I will actually change the option so we can see their real names. It's for free. Please come, everyone. But rip my money. Wait, 3D cinema? They should make a RollerCoaster Tycoon MMO. Oh my goodness. Then you build more roads and alternate paths to go to the same place. I could do that in here too, but I was not prepared for this crazy difficulty of this level. I was expecting it to be hard. Since the beginning, I had the memory of struggling in this park before, when I was a kid. But I was not thinking I would struggle this much even today. Especially because for the most part of the time, there were no guests coming to my park. They were super stable at 500 guests, even with the attractions and everything I had. There is nothing else I can do. I can only wait for the advertisements and check their thoughts. I could cheat because I could add one of the signs by the entrance, but that's cheating. I'm not doing that. I could say no entry so nobody could leave the park. I don't want to beat an objective like that. If October helps us out, then maybe, but we are still missing 130 guests. It's lame, I'm not doing that. Come on, give me 1,500 guests. At least that. You know what will suck though? Loading the save file in April and doing all the things all over again. That's going to suck. You can buy this game on Steam, but I would recommend you to wait until it's on sale because it usually gets on sale. And the sale is very good. I bought this on sale. Okay, yeah, we got to 1,500, but we are still missing 100, and we have 15 days. The one that I'm playing is the RollerCoaster Tycoon Deluxe. It is the original game with the expansion packs, but there is a new game called RollerCoaster Tycoon Classic, which was the one that Leon was playing. Leon, not Rion. Today we have Rion and Leon in here, and that one has the first game with some extras, and also the second game with some extras, and also with some new tools and mechanics. But I'm not sure if actually I don't think all the levels are in there. Like all the levels from the expansion packs from the first game and the second game. Maybe they are missing the ones from the second game actually, because I kind of think that game has the expansion levels, or the levels from the expansion packs from the first game, but not the second one. So it is not that complete. And hey Scapuni, how's it going, man? How's your Saturday? You are you are arriving here to see us failing the objective because we need 80 guests and we only have 9 days. So we are not going to beat the objective though. We got close. Very close, but we are pretty much dead in here. More people need to go to the bathroom, what? If only we had one more month, we would be able to do it, guys. We have 75 guests in 8 days. It's not happening. You bought this RollerCoaster Tycoon 1, 2, and 3 for cheap on a sale? Yeah, there are some very good sales on Steam. Everything for free and it's done. Now it's too late, man. And we need money, because look now, we can't pay for the advertisements anymore. I don't want to go back to April and then build all the crazy stuff I built in there. Look at that. That was insane. I believe this is going to be the second or third park we fail on stream. This is not the first time though. Yep. We are missing 50 guests, but 5 days? 5 days. We are not getting 50 people in here in 5 days. Why do we fall? Maybe drop some cash on new stalls to sell stuff? Maybe? How much did I get from... No, we didn't get a lot of income from the balloon stall too. But the first one gave us more money. The Ferris wheel, 50 guests, and 2 days. Yeah, Mitska, it's so damn challenging. This game, overall speaking, I don't think it is that challenging, but this level is crazy challenging. The trees, the horrible landscaping, the amount of guests we need in the park, and for some reason, around year 2 and even the first year, we couldn't get many guests to our park. So maybe they really wanted me to start advertisements earlier than year 3, because that's where I started the advertisements. We tried though, and we got super close to it. If I build Ferris Bueller, I would get the missing guests. I hope I would, but if only we got that earlier. Actually, another problem about this park. The research. The research was not good. Yes, the research was horrible actually. We only got very good attractions and rides, like the go-karts for example, very late. They were giving us some crazy bad expensive roller coasters like this one and this one. And also some transport rides that I don't need, like the suspended monorail and the ghost train, this thing, I don't need that. I mean, let's stop blaming the game and let's get good, right? Let's stop blaming the game. But I want to see, am I going to get to the amount of gas I need in March? Because I was only missing one single month. I probably would be able to beat this in March. I kinda have the feeling that having those entertainers near the entrance was also a good play. For some reason I have that feeling because... Wait, let me go there. I do think that Panda Army is doing a good job in there. Is the research random? That's what Subaru is asking. So the research is random regarding which rides we are going to get. I mean, it's not like random. The game has it preset, so it's not random. But we can pick what we are going to get. Like, do you want roller coasters? But we don't pick which ones we are getting. But no, the game has the order. Like, I will load the save file and it's going to give me the same rides. So it's not too random. It is a punishment that you didn't start with a merry-go-round. That's also true. That freaking merry-go-round music. They gave me that super late. And the guests are starting to drop. I also don't have money anymore because my admission fee is for free. You were just recuperating a bit from hanging out with a friend. You kinda stayed up all night and day, man. You gotta rest. Practically just woke up. Damn. That's fun though. It was a good attempt. It was a good try. And we were super close. We are beating it in March. We were only missing one single month. It's good that you and Meowscape had a great week, or are having a great time in this week. Because I was talking to some other people in here, and myself included, we didn't actually had an amazing week. I don't know why, I felt a little bit down on Thursday, and then I had a little bit of insomnia. I still could sleep, but it was a shitty sleep. But thankfully I could sleep better yesterday, and now I'm feeling much better than Thursday. But other people also had some problems on this week. Joe Dancing got super busy and she also had insomnia, and Ziyang had a headache, and then that headache is still happening until today. So some people also had some not that great time in this week, but it's nice to hear it was good for you and for me also at least. Oh yeah, it is a very good game in my opinion. Like people were saying earlier, this game hasn't really aged. It still looks amazing even after all those years. And there we go, we did it in March. In the middle of March. So I will save this park, but I will save it in a different name because I did like the changes I have done in here in a desperate way, but I still like them a lot. But I'm going to load the April one. I'm going to load the park again when we were in April. Year 4, that's right. Look at that, we have 781 guests and we have 8,000 money. All my changes are gone, pretty much, as you can see. So, first thing that I have learned, we gotta have entertainers near the entrance, and we can also enlarge the entrance. So I'm going to do that first. You know what, the 3D cinema is going to happen later, but they want more space. They are going to get all the space they want from there. So I hope they spread up and don't complain anymore. And I built the 3D cinema elsewhere. So now I will have 4 entertainers near the entrance. So they make people happy and they give up on leaving the park. There we go. Another security guard, one more mechanic, and 5 more handymen. That's insane, as you guys could see. If only I had 15 more days, I would be able to beat the objective. I was so damn close. So let me check the rides. 0 people on the maze, so we need to drop the price. And that's it, right? Oh, wait, yeah. Everything else is working. Next, I want to check the research. Let's get real rides first. Give me the Roller Drop, give me the 3D Cinema, the Motion Simulator, give me those things first. We don't need shop and stalls, we don't need coasters, we can try building another one now though. You know what? I'm going for... Okay, I have another idea. I'm going for the wooden roller coaster. I know it is expensive, but we do have some money, and we can actually make some extra money from this. And also the entrance. Admission price is going to be $15, and I may drop it later to $10, I think. But first I want this roller coaster, even if it is huge and expensive, because I can add on-ride photo sections with this one, and that's going to help us to get some more profit. Also, I need to do the underground path again, probably, right? Wait, 21 bucks for RollerCoaster Tycoon? That's too expensive. Unless it was like the third RollerCoaster Tycoon, but it's still super expensive. Yeah, but like I was saying, the Roller Coaster Classic, I don't think it has the expansion packs of the second game. So the second game is a little bit incomplete in that classic game. If you buy the second game with all the expansion packs, then you're going to have the complete version. But the classic version has some new tools and features that will help your experience to be better. For example, you can fast forward. I have no control over time in this game, but in that one you can fast forward. So it can be helpful for you to get money and to not wait until things happen. And it also has some new lighting textures and stuff. It may have some new models and designs for the roller coasters. So it is an upgraded version of the game, but it's not complete because, like I said, I don't think the second game in there has the expansion packs. But I mean, it's still a good buy because it may be at least complete for the first game, I would say. The thrill rides are useful on hilly maps. I also think so because they are easy to build and they can make us get some good amount of money. They are kind of profitable. So the Roller Coaster Classic is $5. In Canadian dollars it is 21. Whoa. Wait for the sale then, Rian. Because those games they get on sale. The other people in here, like Electro Lemma and Mitska, have you guys played RollerCoaster Tycoon 3? And if you have, I want to hear your impressions of it. Because it is a different game, like it has so many things that are different than this one and the second one. But I still liked it, maybe because I love the RollerCoaster Tycoon games in general. Although I thought it was hard, but not because of the objectives itself. I thought it was hard because the AI was dumb. For example, not many guests would go to my rides in there, even if they like those rides. I remember struggling with making money in RollerCoaster Tycoon 3 because I had the rides and nobody went for them for some reason. So I was able to beat some objectives, but my biggest struggle was that people didn't go to my rides. So I don't know, it was something weird. And by the way, this was not the best place to build this, but I don't have time. I will try my best to think on something here. And I think I know. Oh yeah, by the way, before anything else, the second food plaza, right? Because maybe that also helped us before. If RollerCoaster Tycoon 3 had better AI, I would love that game more. And that's the 3D cinema again. It was pretty much my only complaint. The freaking AI. Wait. No, I'm doing this wrong. There we go. Now we can make more money from this. But before that, 10 minutes, I will have one single train, but more cars. Then let's think about the path. Let me try going underground again. It's right there. Go back. A person died! No! I killed a person. Did you guys see? Did you guys see it? Is the game not telling me that I killed a person? Wait, are you serious? That was not a death? They don't count that as a death? Is this why, when I was making some underground paths before, or building them, I was relieved that nobody died, but maybe somebody died and the game is not telling me that? Did you guys see the person falling because I erased or I deleted the path? Yeah, the person died, but the game is not telling me that. My park rating is still awesome. The game is totally ignoring that death. I don't get it. So they only get deaths from drowning? Which doesn't make sense, like only from drowning and crashing maybe? Unless the person respawns somewhere else. But that doesn't make sense. Okay, maybe with this roller coaster that's so crazy expensive, we can we can get more people to the park, because it is a better roller coaster too. The game was not programmed to count those deaths. That's insane. Oh, you're finally done with a RollerCoaster Tycoon 2 scenario? You were able to beat the objective, Leon? Because honestly, it's so damn hard. It was the Great Wall of China. GG! My dream is to beat one of those objectives from the second game. Drowning and crashing, yeah. I'm shocked. I was expecting that to be dropping my park rating like crazy. Which, by the way, I would deserve that. But okay, unfortunately they haven't programmed that. Also the no entry sign, right? Somebody is saying, according to all the documents and files, and all the... How is that in English though? All the dirty cash? Is that right? No, it's bribe, right? And thanks to all the bribing, there we go, I could remember the word. Thanks to all the bribing, this person never existed. He might be wandering around lost. I was thinking about that. Maybe he is somewhere underground. Should we try to find him? Yeah, we don't have invisible people. We should be able to see him. I guess we lost him. Get 800 pips without letting park rating drop 700? In how many years? I'm guessing it's like in the first year? I wonder if we can use that bug to get more guests? I mean, maybe, but... I will not try that, but maybe. Maybe if he's not disappearing from the guest counter, maybe that could work. Wait, there is no time limit? Seriously? Maybe I would be able to beat that objective then, so it's not that hard. I mean, it is hard, but without a time limit, it sounds more easy. So we got the 3D cinema, right? Let's build that elsewhere. Let's build that... Why not here? Oh, you also have the rural drop. By the way, guys, I'm so hungry right now. So I may only play this park today because it is taking us a long time to finish it, and starting the next one will take us 3 hours, so it's too much. So I will only finish this park tonight. You can post a link, yeah, but I won't be able to check it out now. And hello Gio, how's it going, man? This is the best part of the game, but I won't spoil it. Please don't! But do you want to hear one spoiler? We failed in beating the objective of this level, and then we are trying it again right now. So this is our second attempt. We need to have 1,600 guests by the end of this year. Before, in my first attempt, I was able to... Oh, they are not going there? I was able to get to 1,550 guests, so I was 50 guests left to beat the objective. So that was a very close call, but here we are again. Okay, so what else can I do? Check the thoughts. Zero people on the maze again. Motion simulator, okay, slide more. It's for free. Let's make the maze for free too. Also, if I remember it right, I need to change the amount of people in there, yeah. They are complaining about the rain. Okay, let's build the motion simulator and the rural drop. Look at that! It's so damn crowded. All you can see is like orange umbrellas. Yeah, Gio. I know you were referencing that, man. I just spammed custom coasters. Spoiler, our researchers developed the go-karts, but Rion, come on. We already have some crazy go-kart tracks in here. Your spoiler is outdated. You know what? Motion simulator up there because it looks cute. And then I find another way. I regret my decision. This is not going to be too easy though. Unless I can start it from there. Never mind. Maybe there is a way if I change the landscape a little bit. Yeah, okay, we are good. We are good. There we go. So motion simulator, then rotor drop, right? Where can I build that? Why are the guests not growing? Maybe because of this. Oh yeah, good call. There is also Open RollerCoaster Tycoon. It might be a good compromise between the first two RollerCoaster Tycoons and the classic version, but devs would have to polish a little bit, or to polish a little bit. You play on classic? What did you think of the Final Fantasy VII parodies parts of the video? I mean, very relatable, especially the... I love the name of the character that was supposed to be Tifa, but she was something else, like... I don't remember her name anymore, but Bifa, I don't know. Her name was awesome in that parody. But thank goodness, you, for most part of my streams of RollerCoaster of Final Fantasy VII, I didn't get that backseating. I mean, sometimes I did get, but I was focusing on the battle. I didn't want to read the chat while the battle was going on, so I avoid them. Because I also do that sometimes. When I'm facing a very important boss or when I'm doing a very important fight, I don't read the chat. I focus on the game because in case someone else shows up, a new person, and the person tries to give me threats or backseating me, I'm not reading it. So I was able to avoid most of that. But people do show up and give you threats, help and stuff. It was Pifa, never mind. I knew it was something like that. Might have to start spamming some rides, I know, right? Let's go to the rural drop. Although, I'm liking the situation right now. Maybe this new roller coaster and the entertainers by the entrance, they are already doing some good job. At least I have that impression. But I won't stop. I will keep building more things. Let's try growing the park on that direction again. Damn, I'm so hungry now. At least I still have some lemonade, so I'm going to have that with some tapioca crepes. Because if there is something that I don't like to happen to me is not having juice to drink. I love drinking juice. Hello, last of the Frankerzy. How's it going? I'm new here, just saw something. You should really not spend money to advertise the park. You will only get temporary visitors but lose them in the long run. I mean, maybe, but I only need them to be here until the end of this year. So it's alright if they decide to leave. I read RCT as road collision traffic between normally the acronym. Oh, you read something else, Gio? Wait a second. What is this person trying to do in here? You loved his username, Gio? Yeah, I'm sorry, man, but he's now gone. I have the feeling I know who that person was, but I will stay quiet. It's better to be sure, right? Yeah, that was such a random person coming here, but I think I know who that person was. And if it is who I'm thinking, it's such a waste of his time. Yeah, I was a bit like, what the hell is going on? But then, not dealing with that right now. Anyways, play like this. Rion, don't tell me how to play the game, man. So let's see if we are doing a better job this time. Can you change the balloon color? I can, but we already have two balloon stalls in there. Let's have blue and red. Um, it's July, so damn, I need more money. What else can I build? Do I have anything else? The motion simulator. Okay, I can build the motion simulator. Oh no, they just gave me the Gravitron. I need to save money for the advertisements. Why don't you take out low ones? Do you mean get some money from the bank? I try my best to pay it in every level because it raises my company value. It's just some perfectionist stuff. I could, if I'm lacking on money, I could get money from the bank, but I have been trying to not do that. I have been trying to pay it. Wait, I already beat one of those. Oh yeah, Emily is so right. Okay, let's replace it then. Let's use that area to have the Gravitron. Also, because of all of those free rides, yeah, that's what I was thinking. We don't have any other ones, so give me gentle rides and coasters. Okay, give me some other coasters. What else can I do? I need money for the advertisements. Are they ready for me to? Yes, we have the free food and drink coupon. If I have ever been in a zero gravity simulation ride, I haven't. Actually, I usually don't go into very. I mean, it's a zero gravity ride, so it wouldn't be too intense, but I usually avoid intense rides, like roller coasters, for example. You went in one with your dad as a kid in one of those parking lot theme parks. Really? And they had a zero gravity attraction in there? Yes, I'm playing Bomberman Hero tomorrow, Gio. Low ones could be useful? They could. But I would think like they should be our last resort. And we are kind of making some money. But we are using it all. Like, it comes and it goes. Yeah, now the game is going to give me some roller coasters. Let me check their thoughts. Let me check the prices. Okay, the tower. Oh no, never mind. It was getting new people. The go-karts one? Okay. Vandalism? Where? Where is the vandalism? Is it underground? Where is the park arcade? It may not have been. It was more like the opposite. Wait, it was more like the opposite of zero gravity, right? It was a spinning flying saucer with beds. What? What the hell, Rion? Increase the gravity? How old were you by that time? Because I would be very frustrated if it was not a zero gravity thing after they said it would be one. But yeah, you said you were a kid, right? Maybe as a kid I wouldn't care that much for it, but that sucks. The centrifugal force pushed us against the bad things. Jesus, that's not fun. It doesn't sound fun to be pressed on something. You know another ride that I never get why people like it? Do you guys have the Samba ride? I don't know if it has the same name in English though, but it is a spinning. Um, it is a spinning circle, or it is a spinning round shaped ride that it keeps bumping like this, and it keeps spinning. And then the challenge is to people to not fall on the center of it, or I don't know, to lose their seat and then start shaking on the ground, or something like that. So I never understood why people like that ride, because it hurts for you to either hold on to not be pushed to the center of the ride, because the ride is trying to make you fall on the center of it and then start bouncing on the center of it because of its movement. And it also hurts if you're there like bouncing with no control of what's going on. I never understood that ride, for real. The beds were on the walls. Electro was also in there. You have tried that? The teacups, my favorite one is the bumping cars. Or the bumper cars, right? And the swinging ship. I also like the swinging ship, but not the inverted one. Then imagine someone is sick and it flies all over everyone. And what the hell? That's just like that movie. That's just like the... Man, what's the name of it in English? I know it has two words. That happened in a movie, yes. It's a very old movie with a small kid. No, not Final Destination. No, Final Destination had the roller coaster crash. It is... Let me Google it. It's with the... Oh yeah, that also happened in Sandlot, but that was not the movie that I was thinking. It's a movie that has Born to Be... No, it's not Born to Be Wild. It's another rock song. Let me Google it. I'll get the name. Problem Child? I think it is Problem Child. Problem Child, there we go. Have you guys ever watched Problem Child? The movie with this guy? Wait, no, not this one. So that movie also has a scene with people spinning like crazy, and then they start vomiting on everyone that's watching the scene. Sandlot is a great movie, yes. Oh yeah, look at all the balloon colors. Maybe we should have some more balloon stalls in later parks. But you see, it's crazy. You give them more space and paths, and they still get crowded somehow. Yeah, it is the movie with this guy. It is Problem Child. Um, this one. I'm not sure if it is in the first one or in the sequel, but I would guess it is in the first one. Anyways, I gotta check the park. But we are doing alright. Now we have more guests than before. We have time. We have the advertisements, but one. The wooden roller coaster is doing a great job. It is crazy expensive, but it really helps us out. And also we have the photo section, so that's great for us. Let's check their thoughts. The guest AI doesn't do well with rectangular paths like that. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe that's why they're still gathering all together, right? In the same place. I have been standing in line for the 3D cinema for ages. What? What's going on in there? Which movie are they airing that's that long? And the vandalism is still bad. I couldn't see the destruction. Let me change the movie? Maybe Space Raiders. But look at that, we are almost getting there. Also, what is this handyman doing in here? How did you ever got there? Is it because of one of our underground paths that, I don't know, made him get lost? But what about the other guy, the one that kinda died? Is he somewhere in this jungle? Is here near the bones? The ancient civilization? Nah, he's dead. But yeah, I think I did less things now than before, and this is working way better than before. Maybe the freaking entertainers near the entrance were really helpful. I guess I will do that more times because maybe it is what's changing the whole situation. You think I can add another train? So here's the thing about the trains. I'm very scared to have a roller coaster with more than one train. And when I have, I try to increase the amount of time between the two trains, the minimum waiting time. Because I know in this game there is a problem that can happen to your roller coasters that is something called like station brakes failure. And usually that's what causes them to crash. So I'm really scared of having coasters with more than one train for most times. In these tiny ones, I don't remember seeing any sort of crashing, so I don't mind that much, but I still try to increase a little bit the minimum waiting time. But those big ones that have like long trains, they can have a crash if that problem happens to the coaster. It is to avoid crashing, yes. So I prefer having one single train with more cars than having more trains with small amount of cars. It's just to avoid crashing. Oh, Rian, you have you found it? Yeah, man, that's the one that I still remember. That was part of my childhood. But you guys mentioned Sandlot. Now I wish I could rewatch Sandlot. I wish it was on Netflix. I'm not sure if it is in there. Sandlot is a very good movie. Have you guys watched the sequels? I think I have watched the sequels, but they were not as good as the first one. I even can't remember the sequels very much. But I know there are two sequels, and they probably don't have the same characters. Yeah, maybe only one character is the same one from the original movie. So there we go, we are getting there. 10 people left. And the merry-go-round. Wait, but first the advertisements. Then the merry-go-round. Wait, we also have the circus? The merry-go-round before it was a year, right? Oh, wait a second. Very weird place for it, but sure. Do I have the roller drop? Okay, I do have the roller drop. But the circus can be there, I guess? Wait, change this. What? How can I... Should I... Well, maybe we can go crazy like this? No, wait, go back. Maybe there is something else that I can do. Oh my goodness, this is... Okay, it worked, but it looks horrible. But whatever. Go for it. Jesus, that's so bad. Anyways, my guests. We need more guests. Did you see bench warmers? I don't think I have, but it sounds a bit familiar. I mean, I'm trying to translate the name to Portuguese, and I think I have heard of the movie, but I don't remember watching it. Is it good? What else am I missing? It is with Rob Schneider, the guy from Napoleon Dynamite, and David Spade. So maybe I don't remember it. Yeah, we are dropping some guests. Maybe this is the time to make the admission price cheaper. It just has some fun lines. Never mind. I I don't think this is the movie that I was thinking. This is not the movie that I was thinking. Napoleon Dynamite, I actually don't think I have watched it, but I know the actor, and I know it was a very indie movie, right? But I don't remember watching it either. I watched Juno. Have you watched Juno? It was also very indie. Juno I know I have watched. Yeah, it was around the same time, I think, those two movies. What's going on that we are losing guests? Maybe you're right, man. I also rarely try to drop the admission price in order to get more guests to the park. I mean, I think that when it is too expensive, people won't come because we stop getting those notifications of guests are commenting that your park entrance fee is cheap. Those messages they will stop showing up. So when it is too expensive, I don't think they will come. But I'm trying the opposite. Like I'm trying to make it cheap so people come, like everyone. And it may not have a great effect. I also don't think it has. But I'm trying everything I can. I only think that I shouldn't leave it expensive. Yeah, if it is expensive, I don't think it's going to impact on the amount of people that comes to the park or that come to the park. But I don't know. All I want is to beat the objective. If I can try that, I'm trying it. And hopefully we will have enough money to keep the advertisements, but even them are not making it because something happened. Is it because I need to have more rides? Maybe? Or maybe it is because they want me to have It's the freaking 3D cinema, what's going on? We were not having this problem before. So I'm going to make the line shorter to see if that helps them out. And we could make it, but I'm a little bit worried because it can drop super fast, right? Yeah, too expensive admission prices can be bad. Park value rating. Oh, the park value also does that? I always thought the park value was so useless and advertising. And maybe the awards too, right? Because those awards are also very useless, but maybe they help the park to get more people. And I don't know, Sabur, but if they didn't like the movie, like you were saying, Sabur is saying maybe they didn't like the movie. If they didn't like the movie, they would leave the 3D cinema sooner. But no, the movie is like taking forever, and whoever is in line is waiting for super long. So it's kind of like the opposite. Maybe the movie is so good that it's taking forever to finish, and they want more. I don't know. But I made the line shorter so less people have to be waiting for the next session. But yeah, guys, hopefully this is going to be the run for this part. And because it was this hard and this long as well, because it is a 4 years park objective, I'm not going to start the other park tonight. I'm going to leave that park for next weekend and maybe hopefully next weekend. The parks will be easier, they will work better, and we may be able to beat two parks in the same day. Oh, they are complaining about... Seriously? But where? But yeah, because if I start the next part tonight, I won't be able to finish it. It's going to be super late. And this park is already getting me to my limits. Like, I'm trying all I can to finish this level. You see, it's risky again. I'm not paying that much to RollerCoaster 2, okay? They are still complaining about the vandalism that I can't see. Maybe it is... Wait, maybe the disgusting path they were complaining, maybe that was close to the roller coaster? Let me go check that. We can't really see it. Underground view. I can't see vomit or any sort of trash. And look at that! Oh my goodness, what do I do? We may lose again. The music is nice in here, thank you, but... Advertisements? Oh, advertisements, come on. No, 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 not like this, come on. They are... They are not really complaining about anything anymore, besides that vandalism that I can't find. Man, it's dropping like crazy. And I don't know why. I really don't know why. They are still going to the rides. Is it because I need more rides? What the heck? It dropped 50 people. Why? Okay, I have no idea. Seriously, I have try invisible guests. Quick build a roller coaster. I will try though, but man, that makes no damn sense. We are not beating it again. I should have saved. Yeah, but I also I also don't like to save when it's like that easy later. Like, you know, I understand it, but I really thought we were good. But we are definitely not good for some reason. Yeah, no, there is no way, guys. Even if I build this, I don't know what the hell happened in here, but this will be the first time we are failing the objective twice. Oh yeah, maybe it was because of that. Maybe it was because they stayed bad year for rides. Okay, so I don't think we are going to change this situation anymore. So I will try this level again tonight, even if it hurts my soul, because I'm getting tired of this. But I will try it again, and it's going to be the last time. If it doesn't work out, I'm back to this next weekend. Because yes, I can't take this 3 times at all. Or more than 3 times, right? And thank goodness my hunger is ceasing. So I can still I can still try one more attempt. But this drop was insane. Do you mean another park? But I don't want to start another park tonight. I don't have time for that. I have been streaming for 6 hours. If I start another park, it's going to take me forever to finish it, at least 3 hours. I will only do this one. But I will take a small break. I will go to the bathroom, wash my face. I can't believe we failed again. Well, wait, come back a later week? You mean try this again next weekend? I would be able to try this again tonight. I would prefer actually to finish this tonight than save this for next weekend. But I will go to the bathroom. I have no idea of what happened, but wait, that's the wrong save file. It is, yeah, Jolly Jungle. I will try this again tonight, guys. I really want to finish this, at least try it again. So if I can finish it tonight, I will have sweet dreams at night or when I'm going to bed. So I will try this once more. And we were super close, we were doing it, but something crazy happened that I couldn't find exactly. It was a very good try, yeah. We were able to get to the amount of people super early in comparison to the first attempt. But then I don't know what happened in October. It was a very bad luck in there. Unless they wanted me to keep building new rides, and I kind of stopped doing that because now the game was only giving me roller coasters. Because after we were out of thrill rides to build, I stopped building rides. I don't know. We will try this again, and hopefully this time it's going to be it. But I'll be right back. I want to go to the bathroom and wash my face. So I'm back in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, Rian, sweet dreams are very, very important, man. I think you're right, parts lose value over time. Yeah, I think it was because I stopped building things. So, let's not stop in building things. Let's try this again. So, you know what? Normal funding, I will drop the research. Should I? Nah. Maximum, we need to be building things. So, I know the maze is going to have an expensive price very soon, so I'm dropping its price. I also think the slide is going to have an expensive price, so I'm doing that in advance. Then we need a roller coaster. I do want to have the wooden one again, but how are my research? They are happening. Okay, so let's build this there. I really hope that the next parks won't be this hard, because there are some very challenging levels, but they are not like the majority. Another very challenging one is the Whispering Cliffs, which is the first one of the expansion packs, if I remember it right. Then I also struggled a lot in a level that I believe was called Barony Bridge. I remember failing that objective. And then we have this one. Usually the objectives that are about having a particular amount of people in your park are the ones that I think that are the easiest objectives. But this one is asking me for a very big amount of people, even if they are giving me another year to work on the park, because usually they ask me to have a crazy amount of people in 3 years. In here they're asking me to have them in 4. So they're giving me more time, but it's not working very well, especially because in this park, during year 2 and the ending of year 1, the number of people in my park, it was stable. It couldn't increase. So it kind of feels like I lost time, that time that I mentioned, because it had no growth. And then now I'm struggling to make it grow. So basically that's the biggest problem here, that I have a limited amount of time to make the park get that amount of people. Yes, Whispering Cliffs is something that is a big nightmare because the landscaping is horrible. The objective is regarding park value, so it's very random, like you have no much control over the park value of your park. It changes in every second. It is very, very hard. You need to be creative. You need to use every small land of park that you have. You need to have a ride in everywhere, in every single tile of land that you have. And it is a very horizontal park, so it's horrible for you to have incredible and big coasters and huge rides on it. And you need them to increase your park value and to make money, so it sucks. It's so damn bad. It's pretty much the hardest level in my opinion too. But we were able to beat it, I believe, in my first try. Maybe because I was already expecting it to be hard, so I gave it all I had since the beginning. I was expecting this to be hard too. I mentioned it when I started this stream because I had some memories of struggling in this park, but I was not expecting it to be this bad. Whispering Cliffs? No, Whispering Cliffs, I remember the pain of it for a long time. This is not going to work, will it? Or is it going to work? Maybe... No, it's not. But we can go to the other side and continue from there. There we go. Oh, we need to... Man, the optical illusion in here. There we go. Oh, I forgot. Oh, damn it. I forgot about the on-ride photo section. Wait. One train, one train. Monster Coaster, this is a huge one, Joe Dancing. It is super expensive, but I think it is worth it. In Barony Bridge, it helps if you expand the paths as much as possible. Yeah, because it gives you a very narrow path, right? The bridge is very narrow. But like I was saying, I usually don't have expanded paths, but I should consider doing it more often. And speaking about that, we are still missing the entertainers by the entrance. Dinky Park, yeah, I don't remember if I played it on stream anymore, but is it the one that has a very short amount of area and then there is like a um, how is it called? Um, there is like a huge road and then you need to buy area from the other side of the road and then connect both sides or something. I'm not sure if that was Dinky Park, but it was another very challenging park. Longer paths. Oh yeah, because the AI can be done, right? And that's why you build the paths around the park. But the problem about that is that because of having longer paths, people can get lost. If you have lots and lots of paths, people can get lost, even if they have the map. So there is a consequence to that too. For example, in Evergreen Gardens, you have many paths and people get crazy lost there. Standing in line for go-karts for ages. And now we need money. Yeah, Evergreen Gardens is also painful. One or two large loops is fine. Yeah, Evergreen Gardens has, I don't know, many useless paths, right? And they do many loops, yeah. I usually stop their I stop people's progress through the park by using some signs, so they don't go to all those paths that that park has. And then as I keep building new rides, I start opening some paths, but not everything at once. So yeah, they complain about the vandalism, but I really don't get it. Roller Coaster 1 already? Wait, no. Roller Coaster 1 is this one, right? No, that's Virginia Real. So it's that one. Use the signs too. It only sucks that your staff they ignore the signs. Were you able to beat all the levels of this game? Have you ever been able to do that? Because that's my dream. I dream doing that since when I was a kid. But I always had problems like my computer crashing or I don't know, some crazy bug or stuff. This time I also had a problem because I accidentally uninstalled the game when I was uninstalling another game because they both started with R. So I was uninstalling a game called Riven, but accidentally I uninstalled this game instead. And when I saw it happen, it was too late. But thank goodness I was smarter this time, and then I searched on the internet or on Google if somebody had the save files that would allow you to beat the objectives, and then I could restore my progress. And also for some reason, even after uninstalling the game, my old my old parts still had their save files, but they were saved past the objective deadline, so I couldn't load them back to complete the objectives again. But there is a website that they have all the save files if you need them for you to beat the objectives. They are ready to use and you just need to wait like 5 seconds and the objective is complete. So I did that to recover my progress and then to continue the game this time. You were able to beat all the classic, yeah, all the classic scenarios were beaten. Now we are working on the expansion packs ones. And once I get to the Loopy Landscapes expansion pack, it's going to be blind to me because I have never played that. Yes, if you ever have a problem like that, Electro, search on Google because there is a website, I don't remember the name of it though, but it's not hard for you to find it, that they have all the save files ready for you to complete them and super easy for you to do it. You just need to load the save file and that's it. So that's how I was able to recover the progress I have done in this game from when I started playing it a year ago, and now that I returned to it to play it a little bit more, I could continue from where I stopped. But when I was a kid, I didn't have that option, or I never thought on that, and I always had to restart the whole thing all over again many times. And that's the main reason why I could never beat this game. I mean, beat all the objectives of it. Because it is a very long game. But I can't believe that I accidentally uninstalled it. It's my freaking curse. Because this time it was not my computer's fault. It was my own distraction. And then I was like, great. It happened again even when my computer is not dying. So now we have the 3D cinema. Is that you, Electro? It's not, right? Who's that? I wish I could... Okay, maybe I should enlarge my OBS next time to see who is following me, because I can never see it because it's so small. But thank you so much for the follow, and I'm sorry that I couldn't read your name. It's because when I'm playing this game, it locks my cursor on the game, so I can't check OBS without leaving the game. I could do it, but it would be a little bit more of work. But thank you so much for the follow. It was you, Electro. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, man. I wasn't sure because it was hard for me to read it. My OBS screen is so small right now. And like I was saying, the cursor is locked on the game. I can't click on anything else unless I do some work in here to go check the other windows. But by the time I do that, I will probably lose the alert, because it will take me some seconds to change the windows in here. So when people are following me or giving the stream some alerts, I will struggle to see who is doing that. The rural drop, we are missing it, right? Yes, we... Oh, no, we are not. Huh, so what else do I have? The motion simulator? It's not done? It's not. Let's build it. Wait a second, are people complaining? Oh, they are. Yeah, they are complaining about the go-kart's price. Now they are going there. Let's have this in here. That's true. I could use my phone to check. Wait, you're right. I could be using my phone to check the alerts too, right? You know what? I'm going to search how to do that. Maybe I just need to find some Streamlabs app. That's a very good idea. Because so far I only used my cell phone to follow the chat if I need to. But so far I have been able to follow the chat on my monitor. Or to change things like the stream's title and stuff, the dashboard things. But the alerts, I never thought on that. It's a very good idea. And by this time they probably have ways for you to do that, for sure. I will do some research on that. So how am I doing here? The people is the number of people is alright. The advertisements are going. And what else? Everything seems alright. But what else should I be building? Let's try another roller coaster. Um, Maybe this one? I still haven't tried this one. Yeah, those designs are not too big, so we may be able to build them. Yeah, right there, for example. Or back there maybe? Actually, back there looks better. So let's get rid of some of the trees. I'm actually so glad that my hunger ceased and I'm not hungry anymore, because this park is being worse than what I thought. And when I was hungry, I was struggling a lot. Um, and now it feels more comfortable. Of course, when you're not hungry anymore, you feel a little bit weaker because your body still wants to get some energy, but I'm glad that I'm not starving, or I'm happy that it's not bothering me. Besides, of course, feeling a little bit slower and weaker, but it's fine. So is that enough? No. Wait, it was enough. There we go. Wait. Maybe we should decrease the number of cars in here. Let's have only 6. I'm starting to feel a little bit worried because maybe we could have had more people, but at least I have seen the green arrow there for a long time. But I'm a little bit worried. I don't know where to build this. Let's use this area now. Oh, the advertisements. And rip my money. You know what? Because I need the advertisements, I'm getting some money from the bank. And then when I can, I will pay that again. But now I need the advertisement. It's more important than anything else. We are losing people. Or maybe we're not, but I thought we were in 1,300 guests before. Let me start playing the low one again. Disgusting paths. Even with all the new handyman. Whoa! Why? Where? And I could finally see some vandalism. And it's right there. Okay, it's this handyman is going to stay there. Yeah, he's going to guard that roller coaster area. And why do I have one handyman down there? No, go back, please. Oh, also in there. Jesus, this level. No, no, no. Ride improvements? No. Give me gentle rides. Gentle rides. I don't think we are going to get an amazing roller coaster in time. So give me gentle rides. Especially because we won't have money to build another roller coaster. So. And if we need another one, then we build one of those. Maybe this one or that one. Let me think a little bit more in here. What if I... Okay, I will do something crazy because I need people to spread around the park. So I will try connecting this path to the path there. Oh wait. Okay, there we go. So hopefully this helps us to decrease the amount of people by the entrance, although I'm not sure if that's going to happen. To check for vandalism and trash, see-through rides, remove baseland, any visible guests. Oh yeah, you are so right. Was only a single chair? Yeah, the paths are looking clean now. The biggest problem was close to the roller coaster. Close to this roller coaster. But now there is a handyman only for that part. This guy. Now they are saying the park is really clean and tidy. But some people need to go to the bathroom. I mean, wait, we don't? We don't have the other food plaza here. Wait, that's not right. Wait, what? Oh my goodness, the freaking optical illusion. Okay, there is the bathroom. Give me drinks. And give me burgers. We are only missing 110 guests. And everything's looking alright. But what else could I be doing? I need to save money for those things. Let me check something. Can I connect this? I can. Okay, let's connect that path to this other side too. No? Wait. Like this? Also no? There we go. Okay, so now the park is very interconnected. Hopefully that's going to help us. And now I don't know what else to do. Let me check the rides. Oh yeah, that was useless. Gravitron. Do we have Gravitron? I think we do. Yeah, it's down here, right? Yeah. Motion simulator. Let me check their thoughts then. Yeah, they still need to go to the bathroom. Some are hungry, but now we have two food plazas. I guess we'll wait a little bit. And I think I'm going to save it in here. Just in case something bad happens. And it's also not too close to the end of the objective. We still have 3 months. But I'm guessing this is going to be the run. Hopefully we won't need to load this save again. They are still going to everything, right? Maybe not. Oh wait, never mind, they are still going there. So we are almost getting to 1,600 guests. The best situation would be like getting to some 100 extra guests. So in case something bad happens, we have that spare amount of guests in the park. Because we did lose a lot of guests super fast in the last attempt. But I don't know if I'm dreaming too much or if I'm asking too much for us to get extra guests in here. Even with all the new paths, it's too crowded in here. It's like impossible for you to not get that message. But if this can't be it, I don't know what else to try. Everything is looking great now, but it's still not October. Let me check if there is somebody streaming, because in case this is the run, I'm going to be hosting somebody. Yeah, Draco is playing something. I may be hosting Draco after the stream. He's playing something called Evoland. I have never heard of it, but it sounds like one of those indie games from Steam. So we do have some spare guests in there, but we never know. I think that's it, guys. I can't do anything else right now. At least until I get to the next ride. Maybe I can think... Oh, it might be the circus, right? Where can I build that? I will build it around here. Oh, I do have the circus? What am I getting next? Creepy music? Do you think it is creepy, Joe Dancing? By the way, Joe Dancing, after the stream, if you have, I don't know, some minutes, I would like to talk to you for a little bit. I may talk to you, to Riker, and to Gabrielle, but I don't know if they are going to be on after the stream. Yeah, there is something that we should talk. Okay, Joe Dancing, so I will message you after the stream. So yeah, we could get 100 more guests. So it's confirmed them. It sounds good. I think it's it, guys. I think we could make to the amount of guests, and there is no way the game is going to debate me again, right? Now I want September to end. I want October to come fast and quick. But what was the... Oh, the Ferris wheel, or the Ferris bueller, right? We actually haven't had the chance to build it yet. We got it before, but we haven't built it. I guess I'll keep using this area. No, no Subur, no meteors to kill everybody here. This is not Sin City 3000, man. And I did everything I could to protect my roller coasters to not crash. There it is, the Ferris wheel. Wait. Oh, we have a problem here. But we can use this side, right? Wait. There. We have 200 guests to spare. Please tell me it's going to be it. I can't find Roller Coaster 3. You see what I was saying about people getting lost, Electro? That's pretty much it. But if they're staying on my park, I don't mind. Can't wait to finish this level. But it was actually very good because we could learn a lot of things tonight. Um, Even if some things that I tried, if they are not real strats, I should at least consider having them for other parks. I really liked my idea of locking some entertainers in the entrance area. Also, this idea of connecting the park in loops is very good as well. I don't understand why my handyman they sometimes end up in the middle of nowhere. And also I should consider the wooden roller coaster even if it is crazy expensive because it really boosts my park a lot. Plus the on-ride photo section which is great. Although it is still not my favorite roller coaster because the steel one is the best one, but I haven't been getting it. Maybe the game knows that the steel roller coaster is so broken that they are not giving me it anymore. They want me to find other ways to build the roller coasters without breaking the game by using them. Because they're cheap, they have the on-ride photo sections, and you don't need a large area to build them. So that's why the steel roller coaster is so good. These other roller coasters are also great, but they use more area, and they are more expensive. But I guess that's it. There is no way the park is going to be a failure now. The expansions encourage you to try different coasters early on, yeah. Some of them I remember using in other parks. For example, we were talking about the Whispering Cliffs. I remember using the Virginia Reel in that one, in that park, because it is a very compact coaster, and I don't think it is that expensive. So I really remember building this one in that level. Because having something like this is insane for the Whispering Cliffs. I still can't believe I'm playing the same level for 7 hours now, the same level. But of course we had some retries in here, but 7 hours for the same level is insane. And we got to 1,900 guests. Now we are only losing this if what Subaru said is real, like a meteor will hit the park. There is no way we are going to be failing this. Although we are getting a gas drop, but it's not going to be enough. Now they are giving me sceneries because they don't have any more gentle rides. But now it's too late. We did it, guys, finally. But this time though we don't have the multicolored balloons. Yeah, feels bad, man. We don't have the balloons anymore. This was so hard. But there is no way I would be leaving this for next weekend. Are you kidding me? Come on, let's finish this. Black materia? Wait, what, Subaru? Did you want the black materia to destroy the park in 1 single second? Is that your plan? Man, I have 5 save files of this same level now. Thank you, Electro. This was so hard. I can't believe this was that hard. But we killed it. We killed it with 300 more guests. After learning all the lessons, of course. But okay, guys, that's going to be it for the stream. Next Saturday I'm back with some more RollerCoaster Tycoon Deluxe. Hopefully the incoming levels are going to be easier than this. And tomorrow I'll be playing Bomberman Hero. Let's see how much progress I'll be able to do in that game. And now I will be hosting Draco. I believe he may be still streaming. So thank you so much everyone for stopping by. And I hope to see you soon, either tomorrow or maybe next weekend. I'm just checking if he's still streaming. Also, let me close the game because I'll need to go to OBS. Yeah, he's still streaming, so I'm going to be hosting Draco. And I hope to see you guys soon. So have a great night, take care, and goodbye.